And if you are one of the few who were not taken by me pretending to have technical difficulties, good on you. I literally don't know how you'd be able to spot such a thing. Um, ah! Yesterday started with just a cavalcade of small technical situations. So yeah, I wish I had a better follow up to that statement than so yeah. But you know, we had fun in Baldur's Gate. It's a fun game. The mechanics are there, so you get it. Used to my tech difficulties. Ooh, good, good. That's what I want to be world renowned for, is having technical issues. Bits aside, though, streaming is just perpetual technical difficulty prog. What's so funny about that, Zell, is not only is that just like factually correct, which by the way, in case you guys don't know, Zalcal is the patron saint of PvP, a good friend of ours, and an all-around fantastic cat boy. So if you feel like checking him out, he streams on this platform and does a bunch of content everywhere else, on the Twitter, on the TikToks. I couldn't remember the name of TikTok, which tells you exactly how old I am. Y'all remember when we used to say "do it for the Vine"? But yeah, it's good to see you, Zalcal. Thank you, Mesphia. Okay. It's just a real heckin' day. It's just a real heckin' chunker of a day. My brain has been bad all day. I was like, I need to sit down and put out another YouTube video today. Otherwise, I will no longer be relevant, and all of the kids whose attention spans are like so small will forget that I exist. And then I just didn't do a video. And instead, I sat here staring off into the middle distance for like 1,000 years. So you get it. No, you do not remember "Do It for the Vine"? Clary, that can't be true. That literally cannot be true. How could you not remember "Do It for the Vine"? Sometimes you need to stare off into the middle distance and reset. God, you have never... When you're right, you're right. Okay. But you do remember it. Just because you haven't used Vine doesn't mean that you never heard that. Did you never hear that? Am I just chronically online? Yes, is the answer to that question. Okay. You never heard that saying? God, oh man, it's bad. No, even you remember it? Altaria, you've got the problem in the opposite direction. You are more chronically online than me, so you don't count for this litmus test. But it is good to see you, my friend. Okay. What was I even trying to do today? Oh, I wanted to very quickly look at the Tyrrell tourism board thing, because I thought that was very cute. I'll be honest. So what was really funny is that sometimes acquaintance of the show, I guess I should just call them sometime friend, but besides the point, Fanina was going over this while they were doing art on their stream, and I was like, oh, this is such a funny fan-made thing. I did not realize this is like actually being pushed forward by Square Enix, which is just truly insane. It's so unhinged. I did not even consider the possibility of this being real. So we're gonna do a quick pit stop over yonder ways, and then after we're done with this, we will go into Excavation of Hobbs Barrow. But in case you don't know, Square Enix made a Visit Tyrrell tourism website, and the entire conceit about it is as if Tyrrell was a real place. And like, I'm not gonna say that the like art design on it is like stellar. But what I am gonna say about it is it does remind me of when people were at the Beehive in Yulmore, and outside of the Beehive's entrance, there were those like static crunchy JPEGs of like a cat boy doing the bee's knees. So yeah, if you haven't seen this already, it's super cute, and it's some people have been speculating that it is a deviation away from the sort of normal Warrior of Light storylines that we had, where we're playing as the main character. I'll admit I like JRPGs that have us as the faceless protagonist, so I am a little bit trepidatious about that. But honestly, it does mean, and a lot of people have been talking about this, right? How their characters could in character go to Tyrol, which is fun, right? Like the sort of bit about it being like anyone could have like heard the advertising and this is what they're doing. So if you're a role player, hey. And then of course, if you haven't seen anything about it yet, there is this like customer support thing that's being done, and it's just giving you like pre-generated dialogue conversations just like 14 itself. But I've seen some of the conversations and they are very funny. So yeah, you know. Solution 9, enter password. I got your stinking password right here. Incorrect password. Who could have known? I believe we are, the community has come to a consensus about this, and that's all I will say. Because I don't want to steal the wonderment and joy from people. But yeah. Or I mean, you know what? Also valid. Just save yourself some time. So, but it is an ARG as well. Yeah, they put so much thought, planning, and effort into everything. It's so cute. It is very, very like. Which again, this was just a side tangent, but if you, like me, are going Final Fantasy XIV crazy without it, yeah. Does the chatbot know the answer? So there have been some things about it, but yeah. Let me try. Redacted. Incorrect password. Oh well. The chatbot. So if you try and ask the chatbot about it, what I hear is that you get back a lot of redacted. So it's a lot of you know, taking it away. No, I know you were memeing, Zal. I was just taking it literally, like when people say hi Demeist, and then I as Demeist say hi Demeist, and then it's like it's a little bit of tongue-in-cheek humor because you're taking it literally, when in actuality, obviously, you can use your language comprehension. You get it. You get what I'm saying. But yeah, bits aside, it is super cute. But yeah. So we're not going to spend too much time on it. I just wanted to give a quick shout out to it because it happened in the event that we finish Excavation of Hobbs Barrow, and but like before the end of stream, we can spend a little bit more time with the tourism board, or maybe like go over patch notes if people are interested. Obviously don't have to be, but yeah. What else? I think that's everything that I have to say going into this. We're just gonna do a little new game that I'm sure I will definitely be able to finish today, because I go through games so fast. And we've never once taken too long to finish any one game. So, you get it. You get it. Oh no. Oh, I did not know that it was one of those "we're going to steal your mouse" games. No, I need to click away. Please, sir. Please, sir, I need to click away. Please, sir, can I have my mouse back? Authentic to, Authentic to old school games, though, hey? Okay. Hold on. Do you remember when video games used to steal your mouse cursor and then you could never get it back? Pepperidge Farm remembers. We did finish Drunko Winkle. We did, it's true. Alt-Tab did not save me, unfortunately. But that's just because it truly did eat my cursor, so yeah. Full screen does do dumb things with multiple monitors and you hate it. I feel that so much. But yeah. Okay. I don't know. Oh no. Is it unhappy with that? Okay. Hold on. Hold on. Let's try it this way. So, like we do with every new game that we go across, we're going to talk about the idea of what specifically is going on with the game, specifically through the medium of the opening screen, because, you know, we like critical analysis of this kind of stuff, right? So, obviously, if you have looked into this game at all, you know this is the splash screen on Steam. You can tell a bunch of things sort of classically. You are sort of intuiting that this is some sort of train or some sort of vehicle. Oh, did not know that it did that when I opened it up earlier to look at it. You do, however, get the sense of something otherworldly going on. So obviously you have this sort of purple light in the distance, that purple light also being sort of edge highlighting these clouds and the grass and everything going up to her. Clary's saying that window reflection is not doing that girl any justice. Listen, this is actually something that a lot of classical literature does as well, right? Like, you're not wrong, but also, right, this is a thing that is oftentimes used in media, is that, right, like, her expression might be more serene, but the reflection might be reflecting what this character is actually feeling, right? So we don't know anything about her, we don't know anything about what she's feeling or what she's doing, but potentially, right, the reflection in the window is giving us a little bit more information to work off of. So we have the lantern in the front. That may or may not be an inclusion that the motifs of light and darkness, shadow and light are going to be coming up. It could also be representative of the sort of technology that is available, right? An oil lantern could be explicitly telling you that this is sometime in the early 1900s, late 1800s, right? Obviously, again, we have a writing implement that does not appear to be a quill, right? So that gives you another hint into the relative technological level of the thing. And then, you know, suspenders, jump scared by mature warning. Oop. Listen, we need people to know. So yeah, there's a lot of motifs and bits here. We don't know exactly what the excavation of Hobbs Barrow is based off of this intro sequence, but I will say it does also set you in the frame of mind of a point-and-click adventure, right? Like, this is a point-and-click adventure. It's going to be intense, is the vibe that we're getting off of it, right? But it's a point-and-click. So let's point and or click, hey? Hello. Oh, okay. We've already begun, have we? Not me instinctively trying to press WASD. What if I just leave? Goodbye. Okay, I cannot leave. There is a man coughing somewhere. We cannot go into the road. We are simply too aware of our petticoats to do something so foolish.
Ah, Miss Bateman. Welcome back to Ticehurst House. It's been quite some time.
Okay.
Terrible weather this evening, is it not? Nurse Blaketon has had enough of me smoking inside. Makes her cough, you see.
Okay.
A bit of rain won't kill me, will it?
Pneumonia.
You mustn't be interested in me nattering on.
Oh, I'm
My
fascinated.
regards to your father. Nurse Blaketon is preparing his supper.
Are we some sort of,
You
like...
look pale. You'll catch your death out here.
I didn't... Okay, well, we're going. The excavation of Hobbs. That told me nothing. Hold on.
Dearest mother,
I am not certain I understand when I am supposed to click and when I'm not supposed to click. But we'll discover the answer to that together.
I hope this letter will reach you.
Okay. It's us, Miss Bateman.
I have spent these past years in torment, trying to piece together what remains of fractured memories.
Okay.
What I am about to recount to you will seem beyond comprehension, but I beg for your patience.
Okay. Sheep. We love sheep.
I will endeavour to explain the events that led me to Ticehurst House that night.
I mean, ostensibly your dad was in Ticehurst House. That's what the major domo
As far as I
said,
can
right?
recall, this whole wretched story started with the receipt of a letter from a Mr. Leonard Shoulder.
Okay. Now I don't mean... Listen. If you out there have the last name Shoulder, I want you to know that I mean no disrespect by this. But also... Shoulder? It's like in Clue where they say that the murder victim's name is Mr. Body.
The letter brought me to the isolated village of Bewley, deep in the moors.
Okay.
No station master in sight. I hope the village isn't too far away. I can't recall our exact meeting place. Mr. Shoulder mentioned it in his letter.
Ooh, okay. I'm gonna try and put myself in the top corner because I feel like I'm cutting out some dialogue right now, like on the bottom. That's a good Cotswolds wall. You approve. I don't know what that means, but it does feel authentically English then. Left click to walk, interact, right click to examine. To access the inventory and menu, move your mouse cursor to the top of the screen. Left click on an inventory item to select it, right click to examine it. Once an inventory item is selected, you can right click to deselect it. You can double click on an exit to teleport directly to it. That's a nice change of pace from normal point and clicks. The game will occasionally autosave. You can also save anytime via the menu. Sure. M for map when available. Quick save, quick load. I've literally never once quick saved or quick loaded in my entire life. But escape is menu, that's good. Spacebar hold shows interactable hotspots. I understand. Quick save, we love you. Never quick saved even once.
Bewley. I have great expectations for this, Barrow.
Uh-huh. It's that stone wall beside her. It's a style of wall you see out in the country and are nearly unbreakable. Crash into them and you do more damage to your car than the wall. This is a bunch of rocks stacked on top of each other. What do you mean?
My mother always told me not to walk on railway tracks.
Well, is your mother
The
here?
tracks look quite untarnished. I don't think many trains come through here.
All right, Miss Bateman. We're just a little camera shy, you get it. Sign, tracks. So obviously we are supposed to go into the station. But they're super stable? Oh, Roman concrete. Okay. You guys have loads over there. Interesting, okay. Cost an insane amount to build. Whoa. There's an exit.
Hello there.
There's a window.
Hello there. Hello there.
Do you think if we say hello there often enough, someone will show up?
Hello there. Hello there. Hello there.
I don't think so.
The post looks unattended.
Does it look unattended?
Hello. A door of fine construction.
This is going to be a bad game for me. This is going to be a bad game for me, and by extension, this is going to be a bad game for you guys. Because I will just keep clicking on things.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
Expecting no difference in results. Very British and you feel at home already. English specifically. Oh, Zal.
Hello.
Your next trip out there, you gotta go visit more of the countryside. Ooh.
I ought to read Mr. Shoulder's letter again. I can't recall the name of our meeting place.
Sure. So then, inventory at the top of the screen, letters. Dear Miss Bateman, I write this letter in the hope of piquing your curiosity. I read about your expertise in barrows, which are normally a term for burial grounds. And if I understand correctly, you are writing a book on them and the treasures they contain. I live in the village of Bewley, where a most special barrow can be found on the outskirts. It is rectangular in form and certainly tall enough to stand up in. The place is steeped in local legend, and there is rumor of secrets to be found deep within. I hope you will not misunderstand me and find this letter intrusive. If you wish to visit Bewley and excavate the barrow, I will be pleased to be your guide. Please send your response to the Plough and Furrow Inn, Bewley. I shall await your letter. Yours respectfully, Mr. Leonard Shoulder. Okay. Oh, and then this is our follow-up letter. And having read this letter, you can see in the background there is this other NPC. Dear Miss Bateman, marvelous news. If he was a catboy, he would say marvelous muse. I shall meet you at 8 o'clock in the evening on the 14th of this new month at the Plough and Furrow Inn, Bewley. The inn has fine rooms which you will find adequate for your short stay. When we meet, I shall tell you more of the circumstances surrounding the site, which is referred to locally as Hobbs Barrow. It is not located on my own land, but we will have no issue gaining permission to excavate. I wish you a safe journey.
I must make my way to the Plough and Furrow Inn.
Must I?
Excuse me?
Yes?
Plough and Furrow
I'm
Inn.
looking for the Plough and Furrow Inn. Do you know where I can find it?
Ah, young lady. Leave the station and follow the dry stone wall for around half a mile. You'll come to Bewley. Go straight ahead and you'll find the market square. The inn is t'other side at square.
Thank you very much.
Is that canonically what you sound like, Altaria?
What can you tell me about Bewley?
Well, it used to be a thriving village. Not so much now. I don't spend much time there these days.
Are you local?
Ah, yes, a local I am. But I don't live in the village.
Where are you travelling to today?
That would be none of your business, young lady.
Quite. Apologies. I wish you a pleasant journey.
Wait.
There's nothing else I wish to discuss at the moment.
Well, okay. Maybe you don't wish to
I
discuss
swear
anything
she was not
else.
standing there a moment ago.
She wasn't. She just got there. Also, what else do we have in our inventory? We have a handkerchief and we have some money. Use handkerchief with
That's a
sign.
peculiar idea.
Why is that a peculiar idea? Use handkerchief with
I
woman.
don't wish to give that away.
Use handkerchief with tracks.
Such a thing could cause a derailment.
I don't think it could. Use handkerchief with window.
No, that won't work.
Use handkerchief with door.
No, that won't work.
Okay, it's not going to work, everyone. I know you were all expecting the great handkerchief escapade, but...
I don't wish to give that away. Such a thing could cause a derailment. There's no one there to sell me a ticket.
Okay. It's just a normal thing that we all do at some point in
What
time and
brings
again.
you to Bewley?
I beg your pardon?
What brings you to Bewley, miss?
Tell the truth, I have nothing to hide. Lie, she looks superstitious. Okay. How do we want to play it? Generally speaking, I feel like there is nothing wrong with being honest, right? It might give us some more information, it might give us some context, but we did just talk to her and we asked her where she was traveling and she said it was none of our business. So she's already a little bit closed off. She's already been a little bit less than forthcoming. We have no reason to trust this woman. Lie. She looks superstitious.
Just a bit of sightseeing.
We don't get many of your type out here.
My type.
City folks. Curious young ladies. Not much to be seen in Bewley, if you ask me. You're better off waiting for the next train back to the city.
I'll take my chances.
Can't say I didn't warn you.
That was odd.
Yeah, weird. Anyways, goodbye! I don't understand. What is the purpose of this screen? Your grandparents lived in a little village just like this, you feel so seen? Hell yeah, it's a good feeling to have in games if you're being genuine. Oh. Use handkerchief with crow. Damn.
The old woman told me to go straight ahead to get to the inn. I'll have time to explore tomorrow.
Yeah?
The old woman told me to go straight ahead to get to the inn. I'll have time to explore tomorrow.
This game is insistent.
The old woman told me to go straight ahead to get to the inn. I'll have time to explore tomorrow.
On me following a critical path. And how dare it? You spend every school holiday and summer with them, so you basically so this is basically what you grew up with? Interesting. Okay.
Beating raw metal into a fine object is an admirable skill. The blacksmith looks closed.
I mean, we are also learning things about Miss Bateman through the process of us messing about,
The
right?
horseshoe is nailed firmly to the wall.
You're not supposed to hang horseshoes upside down like that, because all of the luck pours out of them, right? Can't say there was a blacksmith. Can you confirm whether or not there was a mysterious
Bucket is
Barrow?
rusty and full of holes.
That seems like a very bad
This
bucket
must
to
belong
have.
to someone. I should leave it alone.
Well, must you?
A don't wish to disturb the locals. The cobbler's is closed. The door has been boarded up. The building looks like a ruin.
Some bottles
Don't
in the
wish to disturb
foreground.
the locals.
She really does not wish to disturb the locals.
The plough and furrow. I have a bit of time before Mr. Shoulder arrives. I should inquire about a room.
The name Mr. Shoulder sounds suspicious, right? That cannot be just me.
These flowers look pretty. Someone must take good care of them. The sign is well out of reach. The Plough and Furrow Inn. The inn where I am to meet Mr. Shoulder. The window box is well out of reach.
I don't... Okay. Hello, sir. Would you like a
I'm
handkerchief?
sure they would be interested.
Hello there. What's the young lady doing out alone in this sodden weather?
I'm heading to the Plough and Furrow. Get out of the way, sir. You're drunk. What are you doing out in this
What
weather?
are you doing out in this weather?
Waiting for you, my dear.
I doubt that.
And I've waited long enough. So, give us a kiss now, won't you?
Yikes. Yikes. Interesting, though, that it's giving us an option to humor him, as in Miss Bateman kisses him? Okay. Oh man, I don't know. This is truly a bizarre set of situations to be in, right? So, like, the village almost looks deserted. So there is ostensibly very few people inside of it. That old woman said that Bewley has been, like, going through a hard time. Let's try to avoid drawing his ire. Let's try and deflect the question.
Wouldn't your wife disapprove?
My wife? Bloody hell, my wife. My tea'll be on the table at this hour. And if I don't get back, she'll be roaring. Until we meet again.
I can't believe that worked.
Buffoon.
Yeah. Okay. Not gonna lie, didn't expect it to go like that, but
I
sure.
should speak to the innkeeper about a room.
What if I just
Change
leave?
into something more comfortable before going outside again.
Okay, I'm not just leaving then.
I don't want to take the painting with me.
Okay,
It's
well,
a
geez.
crudely painted scene that appears to be of a biblical nature.
Are they ever using biblical in this sense to refer to... You think? Or do they mean biblical literally? Are they using biblical literally, or...
Good day, sir.
This village seems miserable.
Good day, sir. A fine exemplar of inebriation.
Sure.
I'm not hungry at the moment. The prices are cheap here. Pulling the bell would be quite unbecoming of me. The last orders bell. Savior of many a life.
I see. So you ring the bell when you're about to close up the bar?
A decorative plate. This one depicts a bull. A decorative plate depicting a serpent. A decorative plate. This one depicts a cat.
I'm sure none of those will be relevant at any point in
A
time.
decorative plate depicting an eagle. A decorative plate. This one depicts a dog. A decorative plate depicting a bear.
Gets everyone to come and order their last drink of the night. That's interesting. I don't think such a thing exists in bars in the US, or at least not in any of the bars I've been in. What if I don't want to talk to the innkeeper? Let me look at this mounted stag's head.
The poor thing. A majestic animal cut down in his prime. A lovely place to warm oneself. The crackling fireplace is more welcoming than the facial expressions of the locals.
Does this feel very cosmic horror?
I don't want to take the painting with me.
Okay, well,
A
geez.
pixie-faced peasant boy, painted in a naive style.
A pixie-faced peasant boy. It's gonna be on my Twitter bio.
I don't want to take the painting with me.
Okay, well, you could.
The painting depicts a rocky-edged lake. A small bronze plate states the name Lake Cubilius. This painting shows a Rubenesque figure brushing her hair. Quite unusual to see such a sensual work in a room like this.
All right, judgy.
A colourful work depicting a bashful knight. It is signed N. Hamley. A biblical scene of some kind. An angel is depicted looking longingly to the heavens.
Okay, this is they are referring to biblical literally and not as coitus. Okay.
Hello, miss.
What do you want?
Bugger off.
Okay.
Hello, sir.
We are in the middle of a discussion here.
Sorry to interrupt. They are engaged in an intense discussion.
Sure.
Good afternoon, sir.
No for you here.
I beg your pardon?
I said there's no for you here, lass. Be on your way.
Charming. I do not need to use the lavatory.
Okay. Well, I think I've futzed about enough.
Excuse me, lass. Upstairs.
My apologies.
We'll talk to the
Good
innkeeper.
afternoon.
Good afternoon, lass. How can I help you?
You know what? Let's ask about Leonard Shoulder first. Why not?
Do you know a man named Leonard Shoulder?
Aye, I know the man.
I'm to meet him here tonight.
Can I get you something to drink while you wait?
Not yet, thank you.
Room. Okay, so he doesn't, like, behave weirdly around the name.
I am in need of a room for the night.
Aye, we aren't short of those. One night, is it?
I shall need at least 2 nights, maybe more.
Aye, 'tis not a problem. 3 shilling per night. That includes your dinner and tea.
A fair price.
I'll need that payment up front for the 2 nights.
And so, the money, innkeeper.
This is payment for the room.
Thank you. Can I ask for your name, lass?
Thomasina Bateman.
And will Mr. Bateman be staying with us tonight?
No, I am not wed. My assistant is arriving in Bewley tomorrow.
Your assistant, you say? Will you be needing another room?
Please.
I'll keep a room spare. It's not quite as nice as yours, I'm afraid.
Not a problem, sir. I'm sure it will be adequate. Kenneth is a man of inexpensive taste.
Here's your key.
I don't know that I would
Just go
want...
through the door to the right of the bar, then up the stairs. Room number 2.
Thank you.
Can I help you with your luggage?
No, thank you, sir. I can manage.
I don't know if someone
I should go
described
upstairs
me...
and freshen up before Mr. Shoulder arrives.
If someone described me as a man of inexpensive tastes, I don't know that I would be thrilled with that. What kind of game is this? Is it like a mystery puzzle point and click? Gotten one, Wirebone. It is in fact a mystery puzzle point and click. It's been one that's been recommended to us by friend of the show Pyctsi, so we're trying it out. We got that 48-hour downtime. I've been brain rotting on Project Zomboid a lot recently, but that's not a particularly narrative-heavy game. And you know, we're warming up our critical thinking caps for Dawn Trail. Thomasina and Kenneth. Did those names mean something different? Something more
I can't
to
think of
somebody
anything
else?
else to talk about right now.
Somebody else being you specifically in this instance?
I do not need to use the lavatory.
She does not need to use the lavatory. No, just wildly different names. Thomasina, is that... Okay, I'm about to ask something potentially insensitive. Is that a real name? Like, I guess insofar as any name these days are real, right? But...
This shall do nicely. Time to change into something more comfortable.
Dang, girl! Virtually scandalous.
Much better.
Alright, fair enough. Google says it's a film from 1963. Thomasina is a real name. There you go. Thomasina Bateman.
I've
Chest.
stored my case in there. A box within a box.
Okay, fair enough.
A sturdy-looking thing, useful to many a weary traveller.
Sure. Decorative
A
plate.
decorative plate depicting a goat.
We need to remember there is one plate in here, huh?
Painting of surprising quality. It portrays a rocky outcrop overlooking a vast moor.
Why are
It's a
you
local landmark.
Why are you so judgy about the local people's painting choices, Thomasina? Maybe they're just interested in paintings.
Complementary matches. Useful.
Oh.
There's only one match left, though.
Time to immediately waste the match.
I will light the candle tonight if need be.
Okay. Time to not immediately waste the
Jammed
match.
shut. The wood must have warped over the years. I've hung my dress inside. Aside from that, the wardrobe is empty.
What if there was a scary person inside the wardrobe waiting to jump out?
This may come in handy.
The teacup? Oh no, jug full of water. Okay, sure.
I don't wish to carry the bowl around with me.
Oh no, the jug full of water we wish to carry around with us, but not a bowl. A bowl would be going a touch too far. Ah, point and click games. These used to be some of the only video games that were around. If you can believe such a thing. Ooh, hello sir, you're new. And kind of, I'm gonna be honest, spooky looking.
Hello, miss.
Bugger off.
Hello, sir.
What?
I'm waiting here for a man named Leonard Shoulder. Do you know him?
I don't. Do you, love?
Never heard of him.
There you have it. Now clear off.
Okay. That deer is definitely sentient? What do you mean, Theo?
The poor thing. A majestic animal, cut down in his prime.
Although it does remind me of Alan Wake a little bit, right? It's England. Deer are basically spirits. Now that you think about it, now that you are thinking about it, not me, I don't think, but now that you are thinking about it, most of the stories about stags and deer being killed normally have them as like some flavor of like test, of like some like iteration of like the vengeful spirits of the forest or something sometimes. I've never thought about it that way before, but I see it, Theo. And it is cool that this game is fully voiced. Saves my throat sometime.
Miss Bateman, you've transformed.
I feel far more comfortable in my outdoor clothing.
You look like one of those explorers you see in the newspaper.
I guess you could call me an explorer of sorts.
I'm Stanley Kemp.
A pleasure to meet you, Stanley.
And tell me, I trust your room is adequate.
Most adequate.
Excellent.
I actually...
Thanks for your time.
As you were.
Oh wait, no. Let me.
How can I help you?
Okay, we can come back
Thanks
to
for
the
your time.
conversation. Okay,
As you were.
hold on.
Do you know a Mr. Leonard Shoulder?
You ought to be careful asking too many questions round here. Be on your way.
Oh, I don't mean to...
Listen to me, will you? Be on your way.
Okay.
I'm not going to waste my time with him any further. I don't care for being yelled at.
Honestly, girl, same.
Good day, sir.
Okay. Thank you for the hydrate redeem, Techno is. Yeah, I just washed my hair, by which I mean took a shower, and I didn't want to put product in it right away because I had left product in it for like 2 days. So, you get it. I don't want to talk to this old man, but also, maybe we should? He definitely wasn't here before,
A
was he?
biblical scene of some kind.
Yeah.
An angel is depicted looking longingly to the heavens.
He's new.
Hello, sir.
Aye,
Do you know a Mr. Leonard Shoulder?
you're not local. You've come on that bloody train, haven't you? Bewley's going to dogs.
Okay. You seem like an asshole.
Bye for now.
I'm Cyril.
It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Cyril.
Ta-ra, lass.
Tara. I've never heard that before. There's a lot of expressions that I've never heard before that I'm assuming is a bit of local flavor.
Hello again, Cyril.
Oh, aye.
Oh, man, I feel bad about all of the times that I've ever tried to do any sort of English or Scottish or not Gaelic. What is the brogue? Any sort of anything on that? You will play translator? Fantastic. Although, no pressure. I know it's mad late over there.
My name is Thomasina Bateman.
Where's your husband?
None of your business, sir.
Ah! You're brave coming in here, all on your own.
I'm a grown woman. Do you know Mr. Shoulder?
That be none of your business, lass. I don't come to your city poking around asking questions, do I? Man just wants to enjoy his ale in peace.
Is this accurate to like the experience? I have to imagine it is purposefully closed off and hostile, right?
I take it you are not enamored with the railway station.
Bewley's gonna be swarming with outsiders, like you. We don't want you coming here. It's as simple as that, lass.
Why not?
This is our town, our land.
I assure you, I am not here to cause trouble.
We'll see about that, won't we?
Okay.
What can you tell me about Bewley?
We're a proud community. I've lived here my whole life. Not much here to interest folks like you.
Folks like me.
Aye.
Bye for now.
Ta-ra, lass.
Okay. You mean you can't say you've met many grumpy old men, but it's the like close-knit community, like coming together to fend off outsiders kind of energy that I'm wondering about. Like how real is that? These sort of very close-knit communities do exist. Oh, there we go.
How can I help you?
Has Mr. Shoulder arrived yet?
Still haven't seen head nor tail of him, Miss Bateman.
What can you tell me about Mr.
What
Shoulder?
can you tell me about Mr. Shoulder?
Aye, he's a quiet fellow. He only comes here to check his post.
Yes, I've been corresponding with him using this address.
Have you now? You found yourself an admirer.
Not quite.
What business do you have with old Leonard, then?
Oh man, the like air of paranoia is already beginning, right? Like, here's the problem. The old woman, we don't know her. Like, she was closed off, she was fairly hostile. The innkeep, Stanley Kemp, he's maybe some sort of central nervous system for the entire town. He's been fairly open, but that might just be his customer service voice. But ultimately, the problem being that I think if we lie to him and he knows, right, because he knows Stanley or because he talks with them or anything like that, then we look more suspicious by lying. So probably being honest with this man. Worst case scenario, we find out that we shouldn't be sleeping in his inn because he's really weird, right? So only benefits, theoretically. Tell the truth.
Well, if you must know, I am what some people call a barrow digger.
A what?
A barrow digger.
What in God's name is that?
Are you familiar with tumuli?
Afraid not.
Barrow is another word for tumulus, or tumuli in the plural. A profoundly interesting subject.
You've lost me.
I excavate ancient burial sites looking for relics. A barrow is traditionally a circular mound of raised earth enclosing a burial chamber.
Oh, aye. You're a grave robber.
I am no such thing.
Don't worry, lass. I've met all sorts in here over the years. I won't tell anyone.
I assure you, my goal is more noble than petty grave robbery.
What sort of relics do you find, then? Gold? Silver? Bones?
Well, rarely gold or silver, but treasures certainly. Ancient pottery is the most common find. I've been excavating barrows all over the country. I'm documenting my findings in preparation for my book. It shall be called Vestiges of the Antiquities in Rural England.
Oh, aye. Very interesting. But what does old Leonard have to do with this?
He sent me a letter in which he told me about an unusual barrow in Bewley, a site called Hobbs Barrow. I'm meeting him here this evening to find out more.
I've lived here nigh on my whole life, and I've heard nowt about a Hobbs Barrow.
Oh, okay. And probably not in the modern day with communication and technology and all of that. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's interesting. I do always find the concept of like a close-knit community interesting until I think about my own life and my own interaction with things, and then I'm like, maybe I don't want a close-knit community, huh? Maybe all of y'all are as close-knit of a community as I can possibly desire. Smile.
What can you
Bewley.
tell me about Bewley?
Aye, it's a quiet place. People keep to themselves, work hard.
I look forward to exploring the village tomorrow.
There's not a lot to see, lass. But St. Edmund's Church is a fine building, worth a visit.
We always love a good church. Would you say it looks particularly resistant to dragons?
Are you sure you've never heard of Hobbs Barrow?
Not in my life, lass, but I'll tell you something. The moors stretch further than the eyes can see once you leave this village. There's no doubt many a discovery to be made.
Mr. Shoulder said the barrow is well known locally, a place of legend.
I'm afraid you're going to have to speak to him about it. Why are you interested in digging around in the dirt, lass? Haven't you better things to do with your time?
I enjoy nothing more than the thrill of discovery, uncovering the past and piecing together our history. I inherited this passion from my father.
Oh, a barrow digger too, eh?
Indeed. He would take me with him on excavations as a child.
Does he still come with you now, on your own adventures?
I'm afraid my father's been bedbound by illness for many years.
Oh, I am sorry to hear that, lass.
Thank you, Mr. Kemp. He is well looked after at a private hospital.
Okay, and that's the... I instantly forgot the name of it. Timsick House or whatever from the beginning. You do suspect the internet did much to kind of dismantle that super closed off community feel. That's a very good point, Mesphia. You know, heck, the idea of being like offended by a train, and then imagine having, you know, a computer that can access the internet, and then you're much more acquainted with the outside world. I don't know what the word that I was looking for there. I was going to say watching porn, but I don't know if watching porn makes you feel more closed off or more open to the rest of the world.
Tell me about yourself, Mr. Kemp.
Well, I've been the proprietor of this inn for the last 16 years. I worked as a drover all over the country in my younger days. Saved up me coin and bought this place.
It's a fine inn.
What is a drover?
I often run short of ale, but my rooms are rarely full. We don't get many outsiders wanting to stay overnight here in Bewley.
Thanks for your time.
As you were.
Mr. Shoulder should really be here by now. I'll sit down and wait. Where on earth is he? What a waste of time this is turning out to be.
Evening there, miss.
Not
Oh.
you again.
I just wanted to apologise for earlier. I got home, had my tea, but it gave me an aching belly.
How so?
I felt bad for how I spoke to you. I'm sorry.
Oh.
The drink gets a hold of me sometimes.
Let's start again, shall we?
My name is Arthur Tillett.
Thomasina Bateman.
What brings you to Bewley, anyway?
I'm here to meet someone, but he has not arrived.
His loss, if you ask me.
Perhaps you know the gentleman, Mr. Leonard Shoulder.
Oh, I know Mr. Shoulder all right. If I may be so bold as to say, he's a bit long in the tooth for you.
The relationship is not what you're implying. I've never met him. In fact, I know very little about him at all.
Get me an ale and I'll tell you all about the old sod.
I do also want it to be said, Tillett, we now know for a fact you are a married man, so your assumption is Bewley is going downhill because of the train, or at least that's what people say. Young people going to the city for a better life, of course, when people are congregating around urban city centers. That's a good point. One ale coming up, you might have some useful information. I really don't think you need another. The man is a liability. Must I really buy you a drink for this information? The cheek of some people. Well, I mean, what do we know about Arthur Tillett, right? When he's drunk, he is more loose with his tongue. All of the rest of the villagers have been fairly hostile and resistant, right? He's sort of the local drunkard. What else? We know that he's married, that he went home to his wife, so maybe getting him a drink will earn his wife's ire and scorn. I myself would just be like, okay, sure. I'll buy you a drink because it feels like the least likely path to lead to conflict, but I don't know. Maybe he will feel regretful already for the way that he spoke to us earlier, and this is also a way to test his sincerity about that point. So I think we are. I think we're going to say, must I really buy you a drink for this information? The cheek of some people.
Must I really buy you a drink for this information?
Please,
Are you sure it's wise to have another?
please. Don't you want to hear about old Leonard Shoulder?
You drive a hard bargain, Mr. Tillett. As you wish.
Thank you very much, Miss Bateman.
Man really just said, let me riz you up. Please, 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 please. And we went, okay. That's why they're likely to scorn her as a city girl. Fair enough.
Please, Miss Bateman, an ale to wet me whistle. Then I'll tell you all about old Leonard.
Ay. Well, here's what we've learned. The man is not sincere by any stretch of the imagination.
A fine exemplar of inebriation. Good day, sir.
How can I help you?
A tankard of your finest ale, Mr. Kemp.
There we are. 2 pence, please.
Thank you. This was the last of my money, but Kenneth will be here tomorrow with more funds.
Something tells me Kenneth is not going to be arriving.
I can't think of anything else to talk about right now. I'm not going to waste my time with him any further. I don't care for being yelled at.
Can we, like, pour the ale?
I don't wish to get that wet.
Okay, no, we can't. I was wondering if we could, like,
No, that won't achieve anything useful.
con old Arthur Tillett with a jug of water.
Here you are, Arthur. I think you should drink this.
Water? Are you mad, girl? I want a drink. Please.
Nope. Okay. Listen, I've done everything in my power, hey? Cyril, do you have anything?
else to talk about right
No,
now?
Cyril is exhausted. Okay.
Here you are, Arthur.
Thanking you. Oh, that hits the spot, that does, lass. Now then. Old Len. Leonard Shaw.
Arthur? Mr. Tillett? Oh, for heaven's sake. The man is in a drunken stupor.
Are you surprised in the slightest about that?
Mr. Tillett? He's not dead, just very drunk. I would still like to hear what he has to say about Mr. Shoulder.
Now can we use the jug of water on him?
Oh, what the hell was that for?
You passed out, Mr. Tillett.
Oh, sorry, lass. Where were I? Leonard Shoulder. Hold on another minute. I'm making for a piss.
This man is unbelievable.
I mean, you're the one who chose to buy him a drink in the end. Like, what is the reliability of any information he provides?
It feels like an hour has passed. Perhaps I should go in there and check on him.
Does unisex bathrooms, do those exist at this point in time? Everyone knows the jug of water wouldn't work. They need a bucket next to them. Uh-huh. Yeah, Soju? It's good to see you, my friend. Yeah, we're trying something a little bit different for the evening, just before Dawn Trail comes out. Not in this time, absolutely not. Barely does now. Fair. It just does feel weird to go into the water closet
There's nothing else
after
I
him.
wish to discuss at the moment. I'm not going to waste my time with him. I don't...
Okay, well, we're supposed to go in there, so we're gonna go in there.
Miss Bateman? My apologies. The ladies are closed due to faulty plumbing. You'll have to use the gents.
Lovely.
Ooh! This has normal and good vibes. Can I say? This has, a little bit of romantic ambient lighting.
It's highly questionable. I ought to keep my hands out of it.
This feels
Empty.
normal and good.
I would rather not get any closer. The smell of urine is nauseating.
Always love it when your public restrooms are romantic and ambient. Hey, listen, I ain't gonna yuck your yum.
Mr. Tillett, are you in there?
Oh, a black cat. Love that for me.
Well, you're not Mr. Tillett.
True.
I'd
Cat.
rather not touch it. The thing stinks to high heaven.
You have clearly not been around a lot of cats, with just most of them.
The mangy thing is fast asleep.
The men's toilets are notoriously awful. There, yeah. Surprise Cato, good stretch. Hell yeah.
Mr. Tillett? Mr. Tillett, are you in there?
Well, I'm just gonna go.
I must investigate further. Where did Mr. Tillett go?
I don't think we have to investigate further, Thomasina.
The door opens a crack, but appears to be blocked from the other side. I think I can hear someone moving around. Mr. Tillett? Arthur, are you out there? Judging from the draft coming from below, this door must lead outside. I should investigate further. The door is blocked from the outside. I should go out and take a look.
I'm assuming then that the ambient sound is just for us, right? Like obviously Thomasina is not hearing this horrifying droning in the background.
I can't reach the window from down here. I can see it's still raining out there. A cold draft is leaking in from under the door. This leads outside.
Close the door, maybe?
Hello again, Cyril.
Oh, aye.
Have you seen Arthur Tillett?
Aye. So I'm going to use the privy a while back.
He hasn't returned.
That drunkard's probably bent up toilet bowl vomiting his guts out as we speak, lass.
Bye for now.
Ta-ra, lass.
Sure.
I'm not going to... I don't...
How can I help you?
There's a door to the outside in the gents' lavatories. Why is it bolted?
That door doesn't even have a lock.
So you didn't block the door?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Maybe you want to go check it, Stanley? Owner of this nice bar, inn? Stanley?
Have you seen Arthur Tillett?
I thought you were with you.
He went to the lavatory and has not returned.
That sounds like Arthur Tillett. Don't worry, lass. He'll be back.
Thanks for your time.
As you were.
Do we have the option to
Mr.
just...
Tillett has vanished. I should check outside.
No, we must investigate. We can't just blissfully go throughout our lives without knowing what has happened.
The Plough and Furrow Inn.
Plough
The inn
and
where
furrow.
I shouldn't wander too far. Excuse me, sir.
Oh. Demise wants to be a sim streamer confirmed once more. What do you mean, a sim streamer?
A pearly white gent's glove. It's certainly unlike anything Mr. Tillett was wearing.
Doesn't want to go on adventures. Listen, just because you're negging
Seems
me
rather out of place here. Peculiar.
doesn't want to go for car rides, that's because I know how you drive, Soju. This is Project Zomboid stuff. Don't worry about it.
Can't reach the window from down here.
Hitching posts for horses?
Someone has wedged the door shut. Mr. Tillett. Why would he have done that?
Do we get the... No!
Did Mr. Tillett leave, then block the door behind him? Something strange is going on here.
Wait, I wasn't done investigating the
Who's
outside.
that old chap I saw outside the alley? He headed eastward. Maybe I could catch up with him and ask him if he saw Mr. Tillett. I suspect the barrels are empty. Otherwise, the locals would be rolling them into their cellars. Sturdy-looking barrels, no doubt used to store ale.
Fair enough. They do look like the turn of the automobile to carriage time period. Fair, very fair.
Tether a horse here if I had one.
Or a chocobo.
Sir? I don't wish to go knocking door to door.
Well, you're doing a really insane series of things either way, Thomasina.
The old man has disappeared into the darkness. I'd best turn back to the inn. I don't wish to...
Oh? Excuse me. just accidentally clicked off screen. We do have this white gentleman's
A
glove.
fine white glove, gents style. I found it in the alleyway behind the plough and furrow.
Last
And so
orders.
that's last call.
I should get some sleep. Finding the missing men of Bewley shall have to wait for tomorrow. Good evening, sir. I have nothing else to ask.
The angry old man at that table has left. Cyril is no longer here. Stanley, it really does feel like you just saw me enter into the door and said that I'm just going to close now.
I have nothing else to ask.
All right.
Kenneth will be arriving tomorrow at midday. I should get... The crackling fireplace is a lovely place. The inn is closing soon. I should get some sleep and find him. The inn is...
What about the cat? Was there something else we could do with the cat? Fine.
Kenneth will...
Go to bed. I'm tired.
Yes, I must get some sleep. I shall track down Mr. Shoulder tomorrow.
Fun
Miss
fact,
Bateman?
just never sleep.
Yes?
Off to bed?
Yes. I'm afraid Mr. Shoulder's let me down.
The rotter. Perhaps he will make himself known tomorrow.
I should hope so. This is turning into a waste of my time.
Ah, don't mind the locals, miss. It's just that we don't get a lot of visitors in Bewley.
Quite.
They mean well, believe me.
Sure, Mr. Kemp.
Please call me Stanley.
They mean well?
Sleep well,
I
Miss
don't
Bateman.
think so. I don't think we've seen literally any indication that they do, actually. Okay. No! How did the cat open the door? Damn, this is really disconcerting to watch, actually. Okay. How could she scare the cat like that with her terrifying face?
Such
Mesphia.
horrid dreams.
Honestly, really good pixel animation, though. Correct. 100%, yeah. The sudden switch to rotoscoping was genuinely horrifying. Rotoscoping. Thank you, Altaria. That's the term I was looking for.
Bolted from the inside, just as I left it last night.
Yeah.
As I suspected, I must have dreamt of that wretched-looking cat.
I will
say,
admit-
I'm relieved. Right then. Let's see if I can track down the elusive Leonard Shoulder. I'm rather anxious to get to this Barrow.
I would
I also
leave.
wonder what happened to Mr. Tillett.
I would leave at this point. Goodbye, sirs.
The candle has melted. It's not much use anymore. Perhaps Mr. Kemp will replace it this evening. I don't wish to carry the bulb. I've hung my dress. Aside from that,
Is the wardrobe empty?
I've stored my box.
Suspicious.
Good morning, Miss Bateman.
Good day, Stanley.
Hello, dear? Hello, dear.
The poor thing.
The angel from my night, dear. I
I
cannot
must
sleep.
say, last night has rather put me off using these toilets.
You don't have many other options, but fair enough.
I've no use for ashes.
You have no use for ashes, but
I don't wish to burn
handkerchief?
that.
Okay. But
I
glove?
don't wish to burn that.
Okay. She let the candle burn all night. That's such a fire hazard. Listen, sometimes you just fall asleep with a cigarette in your mouth, and that's normal.
Did you sleep well, Miss Bateman?
Tell the truth. I should tell him about that cat.
Not really. I have the rather queer recollection of a cat entering my room last night.
A cat, you say?
Yes, an odd-looking grey one. I must have been dreaming, as I locked the door and windows before I went to sleep. I saw a similar cat in the lavatories while searching for Mr. Tillett.
Ah, Herbert. Oh, he's a harmless thing.
Herbert.
He comes in now and then searching for scraps.
Indeed. Seeing him in the lavatories must have conjured up the strange dream.
The mind is capable of manifesting frightful things, Miss Bateman.
That is a weird thing
Happy
for you to
report
say,
the rain
Stanley.
of yesterday has lifted. It's a clear morning outside. Crisp. I've prepared a room for your assistant. What time will he be arriving today?
His train will get in around midday. Kenneth will also be bringing my excavation equipment.
Oh, aye. What does that entail?
Picks, shovels, buckets, lighting and such. He usually packs it in a large crate. Come to think of it, I'll need somewhere to store it.
You're welcome to use the alley behind the inn for any such bulky items.
Is it safe to do such a thing? My equipment is valuable. That sounds capital, thank you. I don't see what the alternative is. What's the harm in asking if it's safe to do, right? Like, obviously Stanley thinks everybody is safe. It's small town. Is it safe to do such a thing? My equipment is valuable.
Is it safe to do such a thing?
I can assure you the local folk are not thieves.
This was my worry, right?
That's not what I...
Now, say nothing more of it.
Thank you, Stanley.
I'll let you get on with your day.
I'll be back with my assistant when he arrives.
Miss Bateman,
Yes?
I've something I wish to get off my chest, as it were.
Go to confessional, my dude.
I've been tossing and turning all night, Miss Bateman. I feel rotten, I really do.
What on earth are you talking about?
As you know, I like to run an honest establishment.
I've met you for all of one day.
I have not been honest with you, lass. I do know of Hobbs Barrow.
Okay.
You do?
I do. Many here do. There are stories tied to that place, you know. If I've learned anything in this life, it's that some stones are best left unturned. Old Leonard Shoulder is someone to be wary of too. I can't tell you what to do, lass, but you'd best avoid him.
I mean, it's easy to avoid him. I haven't been able to find him. So...
Why
Hobbs
lie to me
Barrow?
about Hobbs Barrow?
I know, lass, I know. I feel dreadful.
Stanley
Why?
seems like a nice
What are
guy.
the stories you speak of?
I really can't tell you more.
Can't wait for him to turn on us.
You'll
Exactly.
have to seek out Mr. Shoulder. He brought you here. He should be the one to tell you.
I must say, Mr. Kemp, this is all quite puzzling. I've never let local superstitions stop me in the past. I pride myself on being a woman of logic and reason. I've no time to waste on such matters.
As I say, seek out Mr. Shoulder. He can tell you more.
Or, like, Ordev not turn on us, he seems terribly naive, right? Like, oh, that's just Arthur Tillett. He's the local drunk, would never harm anyone, right? Like, I don't know. It's all got a weird energy.
Why must I be wary of Mr. Shoulder?
The man has a certain reputation.
For what?
You've seen it already. Were he here to meet you last night?
No.
Precisely. A man not to be trusted.
I mean, yeah, but you guys probably kidnapped freaking Arthur Tillett, right? What's stopping you from kidnapping Mr. Shoulder? Or Mr. Shoulder was the old man that we did the ring around the rosy with last night.
Where is Hobbs Barrow?
I don't know. I say that on my mother's grave, Miss Bateman.
I now find that hard to believe.
The moors are vast, lass. I'd tend not to go wandering out there. A grown man could lose himself and not be seen again.
Where does Mr. Shoulder live?
Where does Mr. Shoulder live?
I can't say for sure. As I think I told you last night, he's a quiet man and keeps to himself. He only comes in here to collect his post. Leads me to believe he lives a fair distance away. Certainly not in the village itself.
Might someone around Bewley be able to help me find...
You could ask around. As I say, lass, Bewley folk mean well. Don't forget that.
I shall return later.
Good day to you, lass.
Weird. Weird.
I must say...
Cat. You ever seen anybody wear this
Do you
glove?
recognise this glove?
Yeah.
Can't say I do. I don't wear them. They make me hands sweat too much.
Never mind.
Okay. What about these matches? You got any
I'm
extras?
sure they would be interested.
Okay. What about my room
I don't wish
key?
to give that away.
Okay.
It seems I may be fighting a battle against some sort of local superstition. Is there a single barrow in England that doesn't have some ghastly tale attached to it? Hogwash. All of it.
Any
A few hours
Englishmen in
until
the
Kenneth
chat
arrives.
who
I
can
should use
confirm
this
or
time to
deny?
find Mr. Shoulder.
Map unlocked. Oh my god. I'm not the world's biggest fan of this giant eyeball, but I'll get over it. Who's this guy? Who you?
Hello. My name is Thomasina, and you are...
Now then, that's none of your concern, love.
Okay.
What do you do around here?
Hey up, you're not scared of sticking your neb in. I look after the churchyard. Dig the graves. Ha!
What can you tell me about the church?
Aye, it's a church.
Quite. Do you know a man named Leonard Shoulder?
I don't know out about no Leonard Shoulder.
What can you tell me about Hobbs Barrow?
Not to be found digging around in those things.
You know of local barrows, then?
Don't concern yourself.
What can you tell me about Bewley?
Not much around here, love. Not worth mentioning to you, like.
I see. Goodbye.
Ta-ra.
Interesting.
I'd rather not go into...
Toilets were horrible, it's true. What a fount of information. Exactly, Raven. Out and out, ought and not, I presume? Hell yeah, little warrior. Anything and nothing. Gotcha. It's good to see you, Raven. Hey, hey. Like, obviously, we've been sort of led to the church. Oh, the blacksmith! Where's the blacksmith? Here's the blacksmith. A fossil.
Alas, it is not mine to take. A fantastic specimen.
Huh.
I have one just like this. I have one just like this.
Okay. Grab his weapon, you'll need it. Yes. Got done posting all your incriminating evidence and thought you'd see what I was streaming. We do all sorts, although obviously we've been excited for Final Fantasy XIV Dawn Trail. We're going to be streaming it during general release. Right now, just messing about with a little pointing and clicking. You get it.
Good day.
Yes?
My name is Thomasina.
George Crozier. Can I help you?
Crozier,
Are you a
sure.
Bewley native, Mr. Crozier?
Aye, born and bred. That's where my father's forge before mine.
How is business faring?
I do an honest trade. There'll always be horses needing shoes and farmers needing tools. You let me know if you need out made or mended. I'll do you a fair price.
Thank you, Mr. Crozier.
You are literally the only blacksmith, so there you go.
Do you know a man by the name of Leonard Shoulder?
Oh, aye. Old Leonard.
Have you seen him recently?
No, not recently.
Do you know where he lives?
Why all these questions, lass?
I need to speak with him. He invited me to Bewley.
Oh, he'll turn up. I've seen him in the plough and furrow from time to time.
But do you know where he lives? I need to find him.
I believe he lives somewhere out on the moors. Can't tell you out more than that.
Thank you, Mr. Crozier.
Literally every blacksmith's tale I inherited in my father's 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 forge. Not to be talking about another video game again, but I am excited in Build 42 of Project Zomboid. They're saying that there's gonna be metalworking in terms of like forging and stuff, and then we'll finally have a use for all of those old empty tin cans.
Do you know of a local landmark named Hobbs Barrow?
There's a fair many barrows found out on the moors, lass. Too many to put a name to. Not a soul in Bewley pays them any mind.
What can you tell me about Bewley?
We don't get many visitors here, outside of market days. But there's plenty of work for the village blacksmith. Where are you from, then?
I arrived yesterday on the train from London, by way of Derby.
Oh, aye. I've heard about London.
What have you heard?
Plenty of factories there.
Yes, indeed. The city is always changing and moving forward.
Too busy for me, though, lass. I prefer a quieter pace. Aye.
Build 42, the myth, the fable, the legend. I mean, if we wanted to futz about with mods, right?
I noticed your spectacular fossil specimen.
Oh, aye. I collect them. This one is called an...
Ammonite.
I'm impressed, lass.
From the Jurassic period, I'd venture.
Do you collect them too, then?
My true interests lie in comparatively modern history.
Oh, aye. Well, I do love a fossil. It's important to remember that we all end up in the soil eventually.
Quite.
That's a weird way of putting it, my friend. Factories, Industrial Revolution definitely has that energy, right?
When do market days run in Bewley?
Once or twice a month. The next one is tomorrow.
How delightful.
Unless your vice is cabbages, there'll be naught to interest a young lady.
I don't mind a cabbage.
Then you're in luck.
Thanks for your time.
Aww.
Speak to you later.
Actually, George, you got a second. Have you ever seen this glove before?
Do you recognize this glove?
No. Should I?
Never mind.
Okay. Lends credence to you saying people going to the city for work. Plenty of factories need plenty of staff.
This
That's
must
true.
belong to someone. I should leave it alone.
What an excellent point.
The bucket is rusty and full of holes.
Also, George, how do you feel about, I don't know, fixing the bucket? Jeez. Lady, you have been yawning too much.
The door has been boarded up.
What is your damage? Get some sleep,
I don't
girl.
think anyone is home. I can't remove the plaque.
Listen, sometimes we yawn. Not as much as this chick. Yawning every 10 seconds. Start singing, there's a hole in my bucket, dear Liza, dear Liza.
Hello?
Yes?
Oh! Strange woman talking to a small child? This is not the way horror stories start. Introduce yourself.
My name is Thomasina. What's yours?
Douglas?
It's a pleasure to meet you, Douglas.
Oh, Douglas. There is... Oh, buddy. I'm not going to say that if I have to choose between saving myself and sacrificing you, I'm going to sacrifice you. But also, Douglas, I'm so glad you're here. You would be too if you had a kid wailing a wooden sword at you all day. Children are fonts of info. Don't discount them. I would never discount good, reliable Douglas.
That's a great sword technique you have.
Thanks, miss. Mr. Crozier's gonna make me a real one when I turn 12. I'm preparing myself to fight the lantern worm.
The Lambton Worm?
What is the Lambton worm?
It's gonna come back and get us all. John Lambton thought he killed it at the River Wear, but my father told me it still lives. We must all be prepared.
The lantern worm isn't real, Douglas. Father just told you that to get you out of his hair.
Not true. I saw it slithering out by the beck. Like a giant eel it were. I ran home so fast I thought I would fly.
Sorry, miss. My brother has a vivid imagination.
Brother.
Children often
Interesting.
do at his age.
I'll keep training. You will all thank me when I thrust my sword deep into its fat belly.
You know what, Douglas?
This lady doesn't want to hear your nonsense.
You know what, Douglas? I'm flipping back around. I do think you are a font of information.
Do you like living in Bewley?
Yeah, I do. Are you from the city?
I'm from a long way away.
You must have come on the train. I love watching all the steam puff up into the sky.
Have you been on the train yourself?
No, miss. Our parents don't have the money for train tickets. Father says we have all we need here in Bewley.
Perhaps this nice lady would like to take you away with her on the train.
No, I need to stay and protect Bewley from the lantern worm.
Hell yeah, Douglas.
Do you know a man called Leonard Shoulder?
That's a funny name.
Doesn't.
Have you heard of Hobbs Barrow?
What's that?
A local burial mound.
Our parents don't let us wander far from the village.
What's a burial mound?
Don't you mind about that, Douglas?
Mr. Crozier shouldn't be promising such things. Don't you think 12 years of age is a little young for a real sword?
Fuck
Be a
no.
master swordsman by then.
Give me a sword, yeah.
Bye, miss.
God, if I could have just waited until I was 12 to get a cool sword, hell yeah.
Good
Oh,
day.
never mind.
Hello, miss.
You sound mature.
My name is Thomasina. What's yours?
Betty.
Nice to meet you, Betty. What are you up to?
My brother is practicing his sword fighting technique. I'm to watch him until he tires himself out.
I'm tireless.
This time last month it were all about his teaspoon collection. This month it's swords.
Do you know a man named Leonard Shoulder?
No.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Betty seems like a delight.
What do you know of Hobbs Barrow?
Our parents don't like us talking to strangers, miss.
So you know of it?
No.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Goodbye.
Bye, miss.
Damn, Betty.
No one here.
I thought this was the,
The sign is in a shabby state, but the shop appears to be a cobbler's.
nobody getting shoes, I guess.
I don't think anyone is home.
Well, to the church it is. Betty the New Withers. No.
In memory of Peter Black. In memory of George Paxton. In memory of William Ager. In memory of Barnaby Tillett.
We do know Tillett.
In memory of Mabel Hurst. In memory of Percival Roach.
Percival Roach, what a name.
In memory of Benjamin Garkham. In memory of Romeo Hegg, dearly missed by his beloved Juliet.
Aww.
In memory of Millicent Smith. In memory of Henry Crozier.
Henry Crozier being the other guy's dad.
Excuse me, do you think anyone would mind if I borrowed this trowel?
You help yourself, dear. Father Roach won't mind lending it. Just be sure to put it back when you're finished.
Of course, thank you.
It is more blessed to give than to receive.
I mean, sure. That's a take that you can have. I did just walk up and take your trowel. Oh, wait, hold on. The glove. The kids. They're never getting that shovel back exactly. Have you seen this glove before, Douglas?
Do you recognize this?
I don't have any gloves.
Okay, Douglas.
Do you recognize this glove?
Sorry, I don't.
Okay. Can I use the trowel with Douglas?
I don't wish to give that away.
Okay, never mind then. Oh, there's a...
No, that won't work.
I didn't look at the cross last
Ornate
night.
construction. This was created with pride and care.
What do you think the over-under is on there being, like, the like, sculpture and the cross will, like, move to the side and it'll just be a ladder down? Hey, Pyctsi.
The cross
Guess what we're
denotes
doing
this
today?
is the site of a market, or perhaps a site of traditional religious significance.
Okay. Cakes?
Unfortunately, I don't think the cakes are free.
I've got a beautiful glove to trade
The woman
you.
has a kind face. Hello.
Good day. Would you like to buy one of these cakes, pet?
I'd like to buy a cake, but I don't have any money.
What kind of cakes do you have?
I have some lovely Bakewell puddings. The sweetest marriage of almond and jam.
I don't know what
I
this
can tell
means.
you're not from around here, because if you were, you would know about my Bakewell puddings. They are quite famous.
Alas, I'm not carrying any money with me.
That's unfortunate, pet. I'm sorry. I can't give them away for free. The money goes to the church, you see, and one cannot shirk one's duty to the church.
I understand.
Do you hear those flies in the background? Because that makes me so nervous. Bakewell cakes? Well, yeah, what are those? Sure, introduce ourselves.
My name is Thomasina. What's yours?
Mrs. de Plancy.
A pleasure to meet you, Mrs. de Plancy.
Likewise, pet.
Tell me about yourself, Mrs. de Plancy.
About me? What would you possibly want to know about me? I've been attending St. Edmund's Church my whole life. I always want to help where I can, so I sell my baked goods, and all the proceeds go to its upkeep. This place means so much to me.
Do you have a lot of people buying your cakes? It doesn't seem like a very busy town. Do I recognize Thomasina's voice actor? I don't. It's kind of tart. It's a kind of tart. Pastry and filling, in this case almond. Interesting. Bakewell tart is an English confection consisting of a short crust pastry shell, layers of jam, frangipane, and a topping of flaked almonds. It is a variant of the Bakewell pudding, closely associated with the town of Bakewell in Derbyshire. All right. Today we learned. Samantha Bjart? Is that a Baldur's Gate 3 voice actress? Let's ask her more about her cakes.
Your cakes look delicious.
I can assure you they are. You'll not find better in the entire county.
What can you tell me about St. Edmund's Church?
Isn't it the finest building? It's been standing here since the 12th century. The box pews in the nave are very fine and date back to the 17th century. The door is open if you'd like to worship.
Thank you, Mrs. de Plancy. Do you know a local man called Leonard Shoulder?
Yes, I know Leonard. What
Carla?
business do you have
Hell
with him?
yeah.
It's a long story, but I'm trying to find where he lives.
I'm afraid I don't know, dear. Father Roach has access to the parish register. He might be able to help you.
Interesting.
What can you tell me about Father Roach?
He is a lovely man and an exemplary servant of the Lord. He's been the vicar of St. Edmunds for many years.
This has to be an old, like a historical contrivance, right? The idea that like there isn't some sort of census and so you would go to the church to find it.
Where can I find Father Roach?
At this time of day, he'll be taking his exercise in Herne Wood, to the west of the village.
Thank you. I'll go find him.
Be sure to listen out for his merry whistling. Such a jolly man.
God, we're going to like find Roach and he is going to be like, he's going to have like a hole in his neck and it's going to be his like inhale, exhale through his lungs is causing a whistling. And it's going to be like all horror story.
What do you know of Hobbs Barrow?
Hobbs what?
Hobbs Barrow, a local burial mound.
The only place of burial I know about and care for is in this very churchyard.
Okay.
Thank you for your time.
Lord be with you.
Goodness me, look at these box pews. I've never seen any as tall as that before. Most unusual architecture, even for the Normans. Locked. Locked as well. I think they all might be. Someone has left a necklace hanging here. A silver cross. Sterling by the look of it. Maybe I can reunite it with its owner.
Think we can like repel a vampire with it? Vaguely acquainted with the voice actress for Mildred Walker Douglas. Hell yeah. Oh, did you not even finish the game, Pyctsi? You were just recommending it off of the
flowers
vibe?
have long since dried out. I don't want them.
Damn.
I can admire the craftsmanship from afar. This must be where the local vicar sacrifices the newborns.
Okay, hell of a wording
memorial
choice.
list of former vicars. They stretch back several hundred years. A memorial, they stretch...
Sacrifices the newborns, damn.
I can admire the craft. Stained glass depiction. It's not my spec. I've no time for such.
Okay. You gotta go start dinner. We'll catch you, Raven. No. Raven, come on.
Do you recognize this glove?
No, pet.
Never mind. Excuse me? I found this necklace inside the church. Is it yours?
No, pet. Perhaps someone left it behind yesterday. You keep hold of it for now. I'll ask around at the next service.
Are you sure?
I trust you.
Why? For what possible reason do you have to trust me?
Is this yours?
Oh, that's beautiful. I'd never be allowed such a pretty thing.
Aw, Betty.
Do you recognize this?
No, miss.
Damn, everybody in this village is so honest. Nobody's like, yeah, no, definitely that's my necklace.
Is this yours?
No, not mine.
Oh wait, no, I didn't mean to go in this door. Stanley?
I must say...
Where'd you go, dude? I mean, a small town like this, the owner would probably see it and recognize it, right? So taking it wouldn't do much good. That's fair.
Do you recognize this glove?
What are you showing me that for? Does it look like I'd wear something like that?
Is this yours?
What do you think?
You're a very rude man, is what I think.
I'm not sure they would be interested.
I did see, yeah, there was a bird in the flower basket as well.
I don't think
But
anyone is home.
I don't think there's anything that we can do with that, right?
These flowers look pretty.
And also, we can't even select the bird. It's just admire the window box. Oh, you just think it's cute? Okay.
I have nothing else.
Sorry, I'm in like point and click mode. Use trowel on etc. Right? Except instead of etc, I would say an actual thing. If I had an actual thing to do.
Bugger off!
Okay.
Ah, the unmistakable charm of old Cyril.
Use everything on everything. Exactly.
I don't think anyone is home.
Well, weirdly enough, we did get a house, right?
It's locked.
Understandable, the vicar probably lives there. Oh my god. Oh no!
Very sorry. Oh, the shame. This malaise will not pass. Oh, the nausea. I need your help, young lady.
Tell me what you need.
Let the blood from my arm.
Excuse me?
Cut me. I beg you.
Buddy, it's ostensibly at least the 20th century. We don't do bloodletting anymore.
Are you sure this is the only way, Father?
I beg you. It's the only cure for this torturous malady.
The trowel's blade is dull and rusted. I need something that will provide a cleaner cut.
Goodbye.
Don't leave. You must help me.
Fuck off. Am I supposed to break his glasses?
Ouch! The broken lens is extremely sharp.
Oh, this is weird.
This handkerchief was a gift from my mother. I hope she will understand. This should work.
This is unhinged. This is insane.
I'm not going near it. It smells disgusting.
This
I don't wish to
man,
look too closely.
this man is like, I have a blood sickness. You must cut my arm in order to get me to stop vomiting. That's not how this works, mate. Broken glass, time to power level first aid, damn. Okay, this is your warning, I guess, to look away. And or maybe remove your headphones or lower the volume, because ostensibly we are about to enter into horror town, right?
Are you sure you want me to do this?
Yes, it will cure me of my ills.
I shall do as you ask, Father.
Thank the Lord for my spare pair. God bless you. I already feel quite better.
I'm glad, Father.
What the
The rapid
fuck?
healing properties of bloodletting cannot be overstated. I'm Frederick Roach, Vicar of St. Edmund's Church.
Yeah, they can be
My name is
overstated.
Thomasina Bateman.
Bloodletting
It's a
is
pleasure to
not.
meet you.
Don't do that. Hey, people at home, if you're like, oh, I'm feeling a little uncomfy and sick, get the Advil. Like, and I mean, like, obviously, like, it's the turn of the 19th century, so ostensibly they might not have great medicinal recipes, but dude, you had chamomile tea. What the fuck is wrong with you? Are you feeling better?
Are you feeling better?
Yes, thank you.
What ails you, Father Roach?
I just ate a rotten berry, that's all. I like to pick blackberries for my supper, you see. They are quite delicious, as long as you mind the bramble. My apologies again. I wish we had met in different circumstances.
Ah, yes. The common cure for eating a bad blackberry. Cutting your arm. Similar to pricking the finger and pushing the bad blood out for indigestion. Truly insane. God, I am glad we live in the 21st century. Are you from Bewley originally?
originally?
I was born in our very own St. Edmunds. It's quite the story.
Do tell.
My mother was sheltering there as a frightful tempest raged. And lo, did her waters break right there and then in that pew.
One could say that you were born into your role, Father.
Indeed. When my mother told me the story as a young boy, I knew that this was my calling.
This feels bad, right? I wonder what their dental plan is. Non-existent, it's England. St. Edmund's Church. St. Edmund's is a fine building.
St. Edmund's is a fine building.
Thank you for saying so. It's hard work keeping her in good shape, but our congregation is always willing to lend a hand in the Lord's name.
I think his name is Danny Schmidt. He has a beautiful song about stained glass that is unironically an inspiration point for Elish the character. So if you're curious, go look it up. It was one of the Welcome to Night Vale podcast's weather songs. Oh, is that right, Pyctsi? Hell yeah. What is it like being the vicar
What is
here?
it like being the vicar here?
Every day is a blessing, my child. I have a great love for our parish, and the Lord looks after us.
What about your congregation?
What about your congregation?
Numbers have fallen over the years, I must say. But those that remain are faithful and full of his spirit.
Oh yeah, Leonard Shoulder, perfect.
I'm looking for Mr. Leonard Shoulder.
Oh, yes? Are you a relative?
No, it's a long story, but he invited me to Bewley.
And he didn't tell you his address?
He was to meet me last night at the Plough and Furrow, but he never came.
I see. Well, let me welcome you to Bewley on his behalf.
Thank you, Father.
Do you know where Mr. Shoulder lives?
Do you know where Mr. Shoulder lives?
Let me think. It's been many moons since I've paid him a visit.
Perhaps you could allow me to take a look at the parish register.
No need. I remember it now. A fair hike across the moors.
Could you please give me directions?
I'll take you there myself. It's the least I can do after you aided me so.
Capital. Thank you.
I don't
Just
want...
let me know when you're ready to pay him a visit.
I-
I'll be resting here for the time being.
I don't want to interact with you anymore, Father. Not gonna lie, you're a bit of a freak.
What do you know of Hobbs Barrow?
I can't say I've heard of it.
It's supposedly a famous local landmark.
I'm afraid I know nothing about it.
What can you
Bewley.
tell me about Bewley?
It's a quiet town. The railway line, which I presume you arrived by, is the only news of note we've had here for years.
I've heard the new station has received a mixed reaction.
I've heard many a debate, it's true. But my role is not to adjudicate on that matter. I'm very busy in my own work, you see.
My own work of randomly vomiting and needing bloodletting. Let's not yuck people's yums. I don't even know how to translate this to that, Altaria. Because, like, ostensibly, if he knows, right? Like, he should keep his own medical treatment device. And if it's just some weird... If it's just his yum, I absolutely am allowed to yuck at this. Practice blood play in an exceedingly safe manner, folks.
Thank you for your time.
Lord be with you.
Whose necklace is this,
I
Father?
found this necklace inside the church. Do you know who it belongs to?
Many in our congregation wear such things. I'll announce it at the next service.
Do you mind if I keep hold of it until then?
Not at all.
I'm going to be leaving in a couple of days. What are you on about?
Do you recognize this glove?
Fine stitching indeed. An item of some considerable taste.
Indeed.
But I'm afraid I don't recognize it. Why do you ask?
Never mind.
Okay, I'll be back, maybe? I kind of don't want to be, I'll be honest with you. I kind of want to leave. Oh my god. We can't leave. We don't have any money. Oh, fricking Arthur Tillett is the train.
Mr. Tillett, where did you go last night?
Have we met?
Last night at the Plough and Furrow.
Oh, Miss Bateman. I were blind drunk last night and woke up with a stinking headache.
You still smell like a brewery.
Sorry.
You went to use the lavatory and never came back, Mr. Tillett. I searched everywhere for you.
I think I remember you bought me a drink. Then it's all a blur. I woke up in my bed this morning with my wife sour at me for waking her at some ungodly hour.
Understandable. Have you tried not doing that? It could be psychosomatic. That's fair.
About last night.
What were you going to tell me about Leonard
What were you
Shoulder?
going to tell me about Leonard Shoulder?
Who?
Leonard Shoulder. You told
Ah.
me you knew him. And promised to tell me more if I bought you a drink. Which I did. So what were you going to tell me?
I don't really know the old bugger.
Okay.
You said you did.
Oh, aye. No, I know naught about him. No, naught about Leonard Shoulder.
So somebody got to him first, right? He's hiding something.
You're hiding something, Mr. Tillett. I don't believe you.
I say a lot of things when I've got the drink in me. I probably just wanted you to buy me an ale.
A likely story.
Look, what would I gain from lying to you? I just wanted another drink.
Even if that's the case, it doesn't explain your disappearance.
Aye, I don't remember out.
About last night. You really don't remember where you went last night?
As I say, it's all a blur. I remember needing a piss. Then... nothing. Well, you must have missed me when I came out.
I did not. I even went to the gents' toilets to find you.
Oh, aye. A sight for sore eyes.
It was. I checked everywhere, and you were nowhere to be found. The back door leading to the alleyway was blocked from the outside.
This is an accurate
What?
summation of everything?
Yes. You must have exited through that door, Mr. Tillett.
But you just said it were blocked.
There must be an explanation.
Mr. Tillett is the
My
cat.
mind has drawn a blank.
Why was the door blocked? Did you block it?
I told you I don't remember. I've nowt to say 'cause I remember nowt.
Giving you the old LucasArts point and click vibes down to the text. Honestly, Ped, yeah. And it's good to see you, my friend. We're just doing a little bit of excavation of Hobbs Barrow for the vibes before we do Dawn Trail tomorrow. God, I forgot the name of the ding-dang thing. Do I like the cat? No, hated him.
How's your headache
Absolutely
faring?
hated him.
It feels like a steam engine is driving full pelt in a circle around me skull.
Be sure to drink plenty of water, Mr. Tillett.
Aye, aye. I'll survive.
So, you work here?
Aye. Bewley's station master at your service. Would you like to buy a ticket?
Not just yet, thank you. I understand that some of the locals are not too happy about this new station.
Aye. I'd go as far as saying the whole village.
How long has the station been open for?
About 3 months. We're on the Midland Railway line. This employment's been a saviour for me. If I weren't stood here, I'd be drinking my life away at the pub right now. It's worth the occasional withering look from Cyril and the rest of them.
You're drinking your life away at the pub anyways. What are you literally on about? Hey, knew it was the Midlands. Fair enough, Altaria, you called it. You're sure it'll grow on me? We'll see. Unless you mean like the cat grafts itself to me like some sort of like eldritch horror, right? And then like grows on me, in which case I believe it.
What does a station master do?
A bit of this and a bit of that. I don't wish to bore you with such things.
As you wish.
My responsibilities here keep me on the straight and narrow, I'll tell you that much. A sense of duty can do wonders for a lost soul.
Indeed. This must be a rather lonesome post to occupy.
Trains pass through here more regularly than you might think, lass.
Farewell for now.
Ta-ra.
Oh, shit. You know what? He'd be the most likely person to know about this glove.
Do you recognize this glove?
Never seen it before in my life.
Don't believe him.
Is this yours?
I don't wear out fancy like that.
Trowel.
I don't wish to give that away.
No, I want you to stab him through the head with it. Alright, well, since he was the most likely... There's not a soul on earth who knows that glove, it's true. Cat and raven, huh? White cat.
I can't think of anything.
Okay, wait, we have come here before. And there was nothing worth sort of going over. There's this jerk who calls himself the gravedigger of the church. Which feels like a euphemism for being an assassin, right?
Nobody home. The road disappears over the horizon. I see nothing but moorland.
Okay, well, I guess let's go back to the father.
I can't think of anything.
You don't want to ask Duplancy about the fact that the vicar has to get regular bloodletting? Nothing that you could possibly ask him about on that one. Oh my god! No, I don't want to talk to you. Goodbye. Horrifying.
Hello there. My name's Thomasina.
Yeah?
are you?
Go away!
Damn, okay. We love bloodletting. Not in a normal, real world sense, necessarily.
Do you know a man called Leonard Shoulder?
No,
Have you heard of a place called Hobbs Barrow?
no.
Goodbye.
Honestly, shouldn't have even bothered chatting
Do you
with them.
recognise this glove?
No,
Is this yours?
no.
What a font of information.
Good day, little one. What's your name?
Hello, miss. I'm Jane and this is my brother Wally.
Lovely to meet you. I'm Thomasina.
Hell yeah,
I
Jane.
introduced you to my dolls, but they're drying out at the moment.
Okay.
This is a lovely little beck.
It's where
A
we get
beck?
our water, miss. It's good for drinking and cleaning.
I would not trust this water. Oh my god. Is this where the vicar drinks water? Is this the worms? The worms that Douglas was talking about?
Your dolls look lovely, Jane.
Thank you, miss. I love them very much. Today was their bath day.
Fortunately, he's not well educated and only knows the word no.
Wally doesn't say much.
He's Mardy with me because he's bored, miss. He thinks he's too old to play with dolls.
Marty with me.
I see.
Marley and me?
Where are your parents?
They are picking apples from the big tree in our yard. Daddy and I sell them at the market.
That sounds nice.
But they don't mind us playing at the beck, as long as we don't touch the Ammon's horn.
Ammon's horn?
What is the Ammon's horn?
It's over there on that rock.
Do you mean the fossil?
It's the Ammon's horn. Daddy said we should never touch it. It will make the god angry.
What god?
Ammon, of course.
Explain that the object is in fact a fossil. A little education goes a long way. Go along with the Ammon story. She's only a child. Oh man, in the real world, I do believe that education is valuable, right? I do think educating the girl is an important task. But like, I don't want to give the girl information, leave. She tells the information, and then like her parents like, I don't know, beat her or something, right? Like I don't have context for the situation. And like, it's like I don't want to anger the locals more than I already am, right? Does Ammon have antlers? Is Ammon a deer? Go along with the Ammon story.
How wonderful. I'll be sure not to touch it. I wouldn't want to anger the gods.
Sensible.
God, you know what she's giving me also? Perfectly Splendid. I can't remember the name of the show right now, but that one chick who just always said perfectly splendid to everything, and then it was like a double fake out. Hobbs
Have you
Barrow.
heard of a place called Hobbs Barrow?
Jane! No, miss.
Are you sure?
I swear.
The Haunting of Bly Manor. Thank you, Pin.
Do you know an old man called Leonard Shoulder?
No, miss.
Goodbye.
Bye, miss.
Aww. I'm gonna touch the fossil.
Stay away from that!
Don't touch it!
It's bad luck to touch the Ammon's horn.
We're gonna touch it.
I'm serious.
Fine.
What?
Hey!
We're just dissuaded by the two small children? Fine. Let's touch this shrub then.
The delicate flowers smell rather sweet.
Thomasina, intimidated by children. Better wait till they're gone,
They
for
aren't mine
sure.
to take. Damp rag dolls have been laid out to dry in the dreary sun.
Then nothing will stop us from touching it. Exactly. Alright, I mean, this was a bust. Time to go with the vicar, I guess. Oh, actually, can I just ditch the vicar? Hell yeah. Goodbye, vicar. Who even needs you?
I have no desire to go rooting about in there. No doubt home to many a woodland creature.
Okay, so that's not helpful.
I shall see you later this evening, gents. Well, I say. Greetings, my dear.
Hello, sir.
A pause on your beauty, for I shall see you again soon.
Wait. Some nerve.
Lady, you're blushing.
I most certainly am not.
I mean, he's obviously the guy who owns the nice glove, right?
Sorry, lass. No way through here today.
Says who?
Who?
Lord Panswick. Now get back before you find yourself under a falling tree.
Lord
Who is Lord
Panswick.
Our governor.
He's the governor of the whole town.
All right, Owen, back to work now.
He lives in Bewley.
Aye, not far away. But his lordship doesn't like questions. Or visitors. Now please leave us to our work.
Is the arrogant
Tell
man
me,
Painswick?
Who was that arrogant man here just now?
Just someone passing by.
It sounded like you knew him better than that.
I don't mean to be disrespectful, but that's none of your business.
Introduce
My name is
ourselves.
Thomasina Bateman.
Oh, aye? You're not from round here, Thomasina Bateman.
No, just visiting. What is your name, sir?
Horace.
Are you in charge here?
I am indeed.
What are you doing here?
What does it look like I'm doing? We're chopping down trees.
There is no need to be sarcastic.
We're employed by Lord Panswick. He's ordered us to gather logs from his woods. That's what we're doing.
Is that still a thing in England today? Like, surely all public land is owned by the state, right? Like, surely there is no longer, like, nobility who owns large swathe of, like, otherwise obviously public land.
These are his woods.
Aye, his lordship owns most of the land round Bewley.
Do you know a man named Leonard Shoulder?
No, I don't. Can you let me get back to my work now?
Oh no.
Have you heard of a place called Hobbs Barrow?
Can't say I have.
People still own large sections of land, yes. So it's, wow, that's bizarre. I mean, I guess it makes a certain amount of sense, right? The concept of private property, but like, just like, because like the first thing that I think of, right? Because again, American, sort of born and raised off of that kind of education, is like Robin Hood stories of like Robin Hood like laughing in the face of like the local aristocracy and or himself being the earl deposed by the Prince John's like cronies, talking about like the king's deer and stuff like that. And like, I don't know, it elicits such a weird reaction in me. The crown owns who villages? Okay.
Why are you gathering logs for Lord Panswick?
By heck, you ask a lot of questions. If you must know, his lordship is repairing an old ruin on his land. We need the timber for the restoration work.
How intriguing. What type of ruin is Lord Panswick restoring?
An old chapel.
I should rather like to see it.
Not possible. His lordship does not welcome visitors to his estate.
Thanks for your time.
We'll be done by tomorrow morning. Come back then if you want to explore the woods.
Curious.
I'll let him get on with his work.
Interesting.
Horace is the leader of this band of merry men.
There's no way...
Okay. Oh! Okay. I'm not scared by a squirrel. That would be silly. Okay. It feels like we must go. Oh no, we did not explore the rest of the
Here
church.
lies Margaret Tillett, beloved mother, wife, and sister. Today she dances with angels.
Aww, Arthur.
John Purchase, Dearly beloved husband of Florence. Forever in light, Anne Kemp.
Aww. So that's Stanley Kemp's relation.
Joseph Davis. Samuel Bryden. Death is only a shadow across the path to heaven.
Sure.
Here lies Elizabeth Farnaby. This appears to be a recently dug, unmarked grave. This appears to... Here
Wild.
William Paxton. Modest and gentle of heart.
Wild that it is a fresh grave that is unmarked. Ooh.
Fine spot to take a rest.
God. Trowel. Yes, Altaria. Also, is it bad that my, like, instinct is, like, from, like, Game of Thrones and other, like, shock value shows, that, like, then, like, a crossbowman, like, takes a shot from off screen? Apart from one small section due to an old Viking law, the crown has held the right to claim ownership of all unmarked mute swans swimming in open waters through the country from as far back as the 12th century, unhinged. Headstones don't go up until the ground settles. I didn't know that. That's interesting. Yeah, okay. Trowel.
I may be a barrow digger, but I am no grave robber.
Okay, Thomasina. Cairn.
Others might be alarmed if I dismantle their cairn. I've seen cairns like this all over England, quite common. I don't wish to dig it up. No, that won't achieve anything useful.
Alright, wise guy.
The moors continue from...
They're the same thing, really. Come on, girl. I mean, you know. Yeah, I guess she has some principles, right? Ooh, mushrooms.
Touch them. They could be poisonous.
A fairy circle, you say?
No, that's not it.
Okay, fine. Jeez, don't get whisked away by the fairies.
The moors stretch into the distance. I don't wish to wander aimlessly.
Okay, never mind. There was nothing to accomplish over here. I guess we will go hang out with the weird vicar, huh? All right, weirdo.
What do you know of Lord Panswick?
Oh,
Why,
Panswick.
yes. A rather important fellow around here. His vast land holdings give many a steady employment.
I hear he is renovating an old chapel on his land.
Aye, I've heard such reports. He believes this to be a godless land. Something I wholeheartedly disagree with. To which god his chapel will be dedicated to remains a matter of concern.
Why do you say that?
Oh, my apologies. Don't listen to my oafish conjecture. Let us move on.
Oh.
Thank you for your time.
Lord be...
Oh, Painswick is a non-Christian individual, huh?
Yes.
Vicar is an Amon worshipper, don't touch his vassal. I don't think that was its name, but yeah.
His lordship commands much respect around here, lass. Keeps me busy with work. Why do you ask?
Just curious. Thanks for your time.
Aye. Speak to you later.
Alas.
It was like, it might have literally been Amon. You might actually be right, Pinned. How can they expect me to remember information for more than 5 minutes? Fair.
Hello. know about Lord Panswick?
He gave me some sweets once. My friend says that
Aww.
Lord Panswick has special trees at his manor that grow sweets on their branches. You think that's true, miss?
No,
I think that's
probably not.
very unlikely.
Me too.
Goodbye.
Oh, Douglas. Douglas is so sweet.
Good day.
Hello, miss.
What do you know about Lord Panswick?
Not a lot. I know he's in charge around here.
Does he come to the village often?
Not really. He has a manor out on the moors.
Have you ever been there?
Heavens, no. Villagers aren't allowed there.
Why not?
Dunno. It's just the way it is.
Goodbye.
Bye, miss.
Douglas is going to be the first to die. I'll be honest, if he was, I wouldn't be too heartbroken about it, but you get it.
Hello? What can you tell me about Lord Panswick?
Naught to say, except don't be sniffing around his lordship's manor. You'll end up with a round of shot in you.
I beg your pardon?
You heard me. Just mind your own business around here.
Goodbye.
Ta-ra.
Wow, jeez. Stanley, you home yet? No, you are mysteriously not in your inn. Weird. Okay.
Hello, Arthur.
Hello again, Miss Bateman.
What can you tell me about Lord Panswick?
Oh, you've heard of his lordship, then?
Yes. Do you know him?
Aye. He comes into the village from time to time, gives sweets to the children, hires young men to work his land. He's well liked around here.
Why do you say it like that? Yeah.
Well, we kind of have an unspoken agreement with his lordship. He looks after us, provided we leave him alone.
I don't follow.
He likes his privacy.
Some people do.
No one is allowed to visit him.
Do you mean to say that he's a bit eccentric?
No. I've heard people got fired at when approaching his manor uninvited.
Wild, okay.
But is this true?
Well, I won't be the one to find out.
Farewell for now.
Ta-ra!
Huh. What do you guys think about the Lord?
What do you know about Lord Panswick?
I heard he owns the whole county.
Have you met him?
No, he lives out on the moors somewhere. But everyone does what he tells them to.
Why's that?
Because he has a lot of money.
Goodbye.
Damn, Wally.
I can't think of anything else to talk about right now. I have nothing.
We don't want to ask Jane about the boy? Fine, okay. Kid a lot smarter than we gave him credit for, honestly, huh? I mean, that's everything out here, right? Like... I guess let's rock and roll. With the vicar. Now we have gotten literally everything there is to get. Surely. Alright, Father Roach. I'm ready to go to Mr. Shoulder's house.
Mr. Shoulder's house.
Excellent. I feel the fresh air will do me well. Follow me.
You mean the fresh air aside from the stuff that you were breathing previously that made you puke up your guts?
Good morning, Father.
Good morning, Mrs. Duplancy. Mrs. Duplancy, this is Thomasina Bateman, a visitor to our parish.
We've already had the pleasure of meeting, Father.
Interesting if you had, like, beeline to the vicar
Don't
then.
hesitate to try one of Mrs. Duplancy's wonderful cakes.
Yes, I've heard about her famous Bakewell puddings.
I'll be here all day, young lady. But remember, once they're gone, they're gone.
I don't trust
Those
them.
little whelps have already gobbled up all the gingerbread.
You are doing God's work, Mrs. Duplancy.
He smiles upon us, Father.
God's work is selling cakes in the yard. Feels like God should be doing something else, maybe.
Let's talk of graves, of worms, and epitaphs. Make dust our paper, and with rainy eyes, write sorrow on the bosom of the earth. Let's choose executors, and talk of wills.
Shakespeare?
Quite. Which play?
That doesn't feel like Macbeth or Hamlet, so Richard II? Maybe? I genuinely do not know. I might Google this. I hate getting quizzes wrong. Bake sales are a time-honored way to raise funds to fix the church up when needed. Fair enough. Definitely not Macbeth. Yeah, Richard II. Okay. I did cheat, chat, so if anybody is unhappy with me for not knowing that off the top of my head, go ahead and get your booze and your rotten fruits and vegetables thrown now. Unfollowed, thank you.
Richard II?
Correct. You are well read, Miss Bateman. Studying the work of the bard is one of my favorite pastimes. Follow me.
There is a lot to be read through Shakespeare. I'm honestly not a big fan of him in perpetuity the way that a lot of people are, right?
Behold, the vast expanse of God's creation.
Vicar, we've already been all of these
The
places.
moors extend as far as the mortal eye can see. Beautiful, is it not?
I find them rather desolate. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Indeed, the moors are beautiful. If I was actually there and I was actually looking upon this, I would agree. The moors are beautiful.
The moors are beautiful.
The beauty of God's creation is that it takes so many forms. How can one take in such a view and not have faith? Some look at these moors and think this a godless land. But I tell you, he is found in all domains. The Lord's work is all about us.
Some people get more interested in Shakespeare when they realize how many dick jokes he put in some works. Tell the truth or lie. You might want to avoid a tense situation. Tell the truth. Father Roach seems prepared to hear it. I don't know that Thomasina is a good liar. I don't know that she has given us anything to imply that she is able to, like, go through with it. I don't know. But should we lie? No, let's tell the truth. This man is a weird freak and we saved his life. He owes us.
I was brought up Anglican. The church was an important part of my early life, Father Roach. But what happened to my father eventually made me question things.
If you don't mind me asking, my child, what happened to your father?
He had an accident when I was very young.
Okay.
Come along now, Thomasina. Let's get out of the rain.
Oh, so we've got a sibling, maybe?
Remember what I told you, all right? Be a good girl. People are unwell here. They don't want to hear you running about making noise.
They call this a private
Yes,
hospital,
Good.
which is horrifying as well.
Annoy the nurses.
I promise I won't.
Good. Now, let's see your father.
Mummy? Mummy? Mummy is crying. Daddy is sleeping.
Her dad is dead.
Daddy, wake up!
Good evening, Mr. Bateman. Hello, little one. You must be Thomasina?
Yes.
My name is Nurse Blaketon. I just need to talk to your mummy for a little bit. I'm sorry to disturb you, Mrs. Bateman. Mrs. Bateman?
Will he ever talk again, Nurse Blaketon?
Not
The
dead.
doctor
Coma?
is uncertain, Mrs. Bateman. There is the possibility that Mr. Bateman won't regain any movement at all. But we will do our utmost to look after Mr. Bateman here at Ticehurst, ma'am. He will have a nurse by his side at all times, I can assure you.
Interesting.
What sort of god would allow this fate to befall such a kind and honest man?
I'm sorry to hear this. God moves in mysterious ways, but he loves us all. Come along now.
So this is the cairn that we went to earlier. Oh my god.
She scampered off in a hurry? Who was that?
Some primitive folk make their home out on the moors.
Primitive
I suggest
folk?
you keep your wits about you when you are exploring, and don't stray too far from Beulah.
Hey, Vicar?
How much farther to Mr. Shoulder's
Hey,
house?
Vicar, what do you
Quite
mean?
a walk, I'm afraid, but we'll get to him soon enough. Now then, take a look at this. Legend has it that this cairn has stood here for over 1,000 years.
How remarkable.
The Devil's Toe.
I beg your pardon?
That's what it's called. The Devil's Toe.
Oh, I see.
Come now, onward.
I bet we could knock that cairn over.
We walked and walked across that vast, featureless landscape. All the while, Father Roach was whistling away merrily. Just as I had begun to wonder if we were hopelessly lost, a building emerged from the mist. Mr. Shoulder's cottage.
People can be rather insular. But that's unhinged. That there's someone who's like the local neighbor?
Here we are, Miss Bateman. Unless my memory fails me completely, this is Mr. Leonard Shoulder's house.
Thank you for your help, Father Roach.
Now, no need to thank me after your providential assistance today. However, I have something to ask you.
Yes?
Please don't tell Mrs. de Plancy about my little scene in the woods. She will only fret. The poor dear woman has enough.
I'm definitely going to tell her,
I shan't
dude.
mention it.
Thank you.
I absolutely will mention it.
You'd better see if Mr. Shoulder is in.
I am going to mention it to literally the first person I have the option to mention it to.
What else do you know about Mr. Shoulder?
A reclusive man. I must say I know very little about him.
Does he attend services at St. Edmund's?
Not regularly, if at all these days.
Perhaps he feels closer to God out here on the moors. What do you make of Mr. Shoulder's residence?
A sturdy construction, I'm in no doubt. The winds blow a gale out here, not to mention the pelting rain.
At least he must have plenty of eggs to eat.
Awful creatures, those hens.
Yeah, the blonde girl.
Do you know that young girl we saw?
No, but I've seen her sneaking around the churchyard. The poor thing is feral. She takes off at the slightest stirring. We will bring the Lord to her. Good time.
Perhaps she has her own beliefs. You said there were others like her.
Primitive folk, yes. Avoid the moors in hours of darkness and don't wander too
This
far.
is insane.
Don't trust a young woman in their company.
Sure, tell me about the Devil's Toe. And absolutely, Altaria. Sleep tight, and thank you so much for hanging out.
Do you know anything else about the Devil's Toe?
Not really. I do recall it toppling over when I was a child. A few lads from Bewley rebuilt it to the best of their memories.
The devil mustn't have been happy.
Come now, my child. Do not joke about such matters.
Why don't you like hens, Father?
I know I must love all of God's creatures, but they make such an unholy ruckus, and their talons claw at my boots.
But they mean no harm, and they provide eggs.
I cannot abide hens' eggs. They smell of sulphur when rotten.
Sure.
What more can you tell me of these primitive folk?
Godless people, Miss Bateman. Don't concern yourself with them. They live out there on the very edges of this land. If you don't wander too far, you shouldn't cross their path.
Insane.
You mentioned that Mrs. Duplancy is worried about something at the moment.
It is not my place to say. Mrs. Duplancy will tell you in good time, if she deems it fit to do so.
What is your favourite of Shakespeare's works?
A very difficult question, Miss Bateman. But one I can answer, nonetheless. I am awfully fond of Cymbeline.
An unusual choice.
All gold and silver rather turn to dirt. Wouldn't you agree?
A fine quote.
I don't know Cymbeline, yeah.
Is there a Mrs. Shoulder?
No. I believe Mr. Shoulder has led a...
Thank you for your time.
Lord be...
Led a life of celibacy,
Here,
huh?
Don't encourage them.
A sweet little hen. I've no desire to lug a block. Mr. Shoulder has stacked blocks of wood neatly beneath this small lean-to.
Very neat and tidy.
The trousers feel damp. Freshly hung, or still wet from last night's rain?
Oh, one glove.
That glove looks familiar. I wonder if it matches the glove I found behind the plough and furrow. I wonder if it... The gloves are a pair. Does this mean Mr. Shoulder was in the alley last night?
Huh.
Why didn't he come inside to see me? Slightly damp.
I have a similar one myself.
Cymbeline, also known as the Tragedy of Cymbeline, or... Interesting. Huh. I've literally never heard of it, yeah.
No sign of life?
None. The window is nice and clean. The dwelling is by no means abandoned. Mr. Shoulder? Is Thomasina Bateman here? I'm here in Bewley as discussed.
Maybe try again. His hearing probably isn't the best at his age.
A carved stone has been affixed to the door. I think it depicts a crescent moon. It's bolted onto the door itself. I can't remove it.
Sure.
Father, what do you make of this?
A peculiar adornment. I've not seen any like this in Bewley. Though it does remind me of a passage by the bard himself. It is the very error of the moon. She comes nearer earth than she was wont, and makes men mad.
Oh God. Are we going to get locked into the bad end if we do, like, if we get these wrong? Okay, I'm gonna look this up, but in the meantime, I'm gonna go on a very quick break. You know the drill. Anywhere between 3 to 5 minutes. We try to keep it on the 3-minute side. I will be right back. See you soon. One of the myriad problems with hydrating properly is you need to expel the hydration at some point in time. And one of the myriad problems with trying to hide the back of a scarf with another scarf is now you have to make 2 scarves. Thank you for the answer, Pyctsi. I didn't remember to Google it, so to know that it is Othello, 10 out of 10. And yeah, I will hydrate, thank you.
Othello?
Precisely, Miss Bateman. Your knowledge of the bard is presently flawless.
I consider myself to be well-read, Father Roach.
It's delightful to meet a fellow bookworm, I must say.
I'm cheating, Father. I'm using the internet.
The window is much too high up to reach.
Oh.
Care to hold one, Father Roach?
Put that thing down, would you?
You're no fun. He looks much too
Oh! I like their little pop as you pick them up. So they're clearly not the solution. The clothing is clearly not the solution.
I've no... Mr. Shoulder, are you home? It appears Mr. Shoulder is not at home. Curses.
Perhaps you could try the handle?
It's locked.
Understandable.
Perhaps he's gone for a stroll.
Possibly.
I'd suggest you call back later, my child. I myself must make my way back home. I have some matters to attend to at the church. Shall I accompany you back to Bewley?
You go ahead, Father. I'd like to look around.
You go ahead, Father. Thank you.
As you wish. Farewell, Miss Bateman. I hope Mr. Shoulder finds his way to you.
Thank you for your help, Father Roach.
My pleasure. Parting is such sweet sorrow.
I don't... You can't keep doing this. Parting is such sweet sorrow is actually a well-known quote. Of course it's from Romeo and Juliet. You looked it up too. That one you know. Yeah, right? Like...
Romeo and Juliet?
Correct.
It is weird for the vicar.
Good night, till it be morrow. You've proven yourself to be an impeccable scholar of the bard, my child. Lord be with you.
What a weird thing to throw into the
Mr.
game.
Shoulder,
Why?
You've brought me to Bewley, and now you're nowhere to be found.
I can't believe the game won't let us break into his
You,
house.
Mr. Shoulder. Please open the door. A carved stone, I think. It's... No sign of any...
Break in his
no, I won't.
window. Break off the carved stone.
That is not coming.
Break open the door.
I do not
Kill
wish
the
to...
rooster.
I do not
Kill
wish to...
the hen. What is the point? Okay.
Mr. Shoulder, what was he...
So we have...
Rude of him.
We have the matching glove. We can't take the glove? Give me the glove.
Sure.
Give me his pants. Give me his shirt. Give me his
Sweet
hand.
little thing, aren't you?
Okay. There is truly nothing here for us, huh?
As I trudged back to Bewley across those cold moors, I made a new resolution.
Okay.
I would find Hobbs Barrow myself, with or without Mr. Shoulder.
That seems like a bad plan with what I know about developments.
The train! That must be Kenneth. I should go and meet him at the station.
Should you?
This appears to be a recently dug, unmarked grave.
Oh my god, is, what's his bucket, Mr. Shoulder, in there?
Hello?
Good day.
I am immediately going to tell her about Father Roach's illness.
Father Roach asked me not to discuss that with Mrs. de Plancy.
Ask about Father Roach's health. What exactly is wrong with him? Punk is like, oh, don't tell her. Tell me.
Father Roach seems rather under the weather, don't you think?
Father Roach? The man is as fit as a lad half his age. What makes you say that?
I found him in the woods in a state of considerable distress.
Oh my! This is very worrying. I must check on him later. I had no idea.
Recommended that vertical headstones should be placed no sooner than 6 months after burial. This will allow the rain, gravity, and other elements to compact the soil. Some cemeteries may require a full year to pass, while others might only recommend 6 to 8 weeks. That's so fascinating. I did not know that.
What do you know about Lord Panswick?
Wretched man. They say he is restoring a chapel near his manor. But for whom and to what god, I ask?
Is he a man of faith?
I've barely seen him set foot in St. Edmunds. It doesn't stop him from acting as our God-given ruler. Stay away from him, pet. Don't get yourself tangled up in local affairs.
I certainly don't intend to. Why did you...
He hides in that manner of his and cares not for his people. I've heard stories whispered in the pews, you know.
What kind of stories?
That he shoots people on sight.
I mean, this feels like...
That strays onto Panswick Manor.
Good grief.
Yet he will walk into the plough and furrow and bar ale for all and be hailed as our protector. I answer to God and God alone. Forgive me, pet. I shouldn't get so worked up.
Not at all. I appreciate your honesty, Mrs. de Plancy. Are you sure you don't know where Hobbs Barrow is?
Hobbs what?
Never mind. Thank you for your time.
Lord be with you.
So they're all locked, which is strange.
They are still...
Weird. Okay. I didn't come back with the vicar, so...
It's locked.
Where is he? Oh, the boy is gone.
The water is icy cold.
Wally took Myrtle.
Pardon?
He took her and ran off. I hate him.
Is Myrtle one of your dolls?
Yes, my favourite. Look, she's so beautiful. Wally's
Aww.
the worst brother in the whole world.
Why did your brother take Myrtle away?
He's just jealous because Daddy is letting me come with him to the market tomorrow. Wally thinks I'm Daddy's favourite, so he took Myrtle from me. What if he rips her to tatters? What if he feeds her to Mr. Bryden's goat?
Don't worry, Jane. I'm sure he wouldn't do such a thing. Where did your brother go?
I don't know. Home, maybe. But I have to wait here for Myrtle's friends to dry out.
Have you heard...
I have, yes.
Okay.
You have?
We aren't supposed to talk about it.
Okay.
Why not?
Would you like to go there?
Yes, I would very much like to.
I'll tell you where it is if you find Myrtle for
Sure. Okay.
You will?
Yes. But don't tell anyone about it or I'll be told off.
I promise.
Please find Myrtle first. I miss her.
I will. Where do you live?
Maybe Wally went back there.
Oh no!
Left her out on the moors.
I clicked
Poor
past the
Myrtle.
actual dialogue.
So hard.
Where do you live?
Our home is on the other side of the village.
Other side of the
Make
village.
corn
Okay.
alone.
Goodbye.
Bye, Miss.
And I presume you're still going to ask me not to touch the fossil.
It's bad luck to...
It is his name is actually Amon. Wow, that's wacky. The vicar is not here. Still that squirrel running past. Still these boys. Horace, you ever seen this glove?
Sure they would be interested.
Horace, you ever seen this cross?
Is this yours?
No.
Okay.
I don't think anyone...
So obviously we are supposed to go to the train station to check on our assistant, Kenneth. I don't believe...
Ah, the unmistakable charm of old Cyril.
I don't believe that, Kenneth is gonna show up, and or
That won't achieve anything useful.
I'm worried about Kenneth being, like, the next story segment, right? So...
Good day.
Yes?
Are you sure you don't...
Sorry.
Thanks for your...
Aye.
I don't think any...
How can there possibly be so many completely empty houses? You're a cobbler. You're supposed to make shoes for people.
Hello?
Yes?
Are you
That like a wheelbarrow?
Never mind. Goodbye.
Goodbye,
Hobbs Barrow's like a wheelbarrow.
I am goodbye. Bye.
That's funny. I see what you've done there, Douglas.
I don't think any...
This mysterious rough type is clearly Lord
Hello.
Painswick's man, right?
Wanted a tent note to be found.
Goodbye.
Ta-ra.
We're still missing Stanley, our good boy.
I must... Aside from that...
It's truly clicking on literally every door, right?
I don't think anyone...
He's the guy that made the fresh grave. Right, like, I mean, I get that, but I think he didn't do it, like, in an official capacity with the church, you know what I mean?
Good day. Jane tells me you've taken Myrtle away.
And what if I did?
That's a bit mean, don't you think?
She kicked me! Look at this bruise on my leg!
That does look quite bad. Why did she kick you?
Because she's a little goblin! You don't know what she can be like! Besides, Myrtle is gone now. I've given her to the fair folk. That'll
Oh, the fairy circle.
Who are the fair folk?
The little people of the moors. I gave Myrtle to them.
Little people? You don't mean fairies, do you?
We call them fair folk round here.
Wally, there is no such thing as fairies.
It's two, and I gave them a doll.
It could be
Where can I
the
find these
primitive
fair folk?
people that they were talking about, right?
I hear them when they dance around the...
But where is the...
Just listen for the... Don't think about... They'll just bring bad...
Are you sure you don't? I would
No.
Goodbye.
Okay.
The road disappeared.
Okay. There's a couple of locations that Wally could have put the doll at,
I have
right?
no desire.
Where was that circle of mushrooms?
What a peculiar... I can't quite... The devil...
I think they were over, yeah, yonder
Better not
ways.
touch them. It looks like some...
So something was buried in the middle. And this is going to be Myrtle.
Thomasina, please stop leaving your toys lying about the place. What happened the last time you left your dolly under the tree?
A fox ate it, madame.
Yes, it did. Fetch it now, won't you? Then I'll fix your supper.
Yes, madame.
Would Thomasina call the maid Madame? Like, surely Thomasina is of a higher social
Nothing
standing.
but a glass of water and a worm if you don't fetch your dolly right this instant.
Interesting.
Miss Bowles looks cross. Hello, fairies.
Yeah, fairy circles. Probably a governess, I see.
Hello.
Laughing because the statue's boobs are out. You know how it goes.
There you are, Josephine. I won't let the foxes eat you.
Oh, and this is her dad.
Who's that you have there?
Josephine. She introduced me to the fairies.
Oh, fairies, you say?
Yes, Daddy.
Do you believe in fairies?
Of course. Do you see those mushrooms over there?
Yes.
That's a gateway to their kingdom. That's where Josephine and I go to talk to the fairies.
Now, listen to me, Thomasina.
Yes?
You're old enough now to hear this. There's no such thing as fairies or talking dolls, my little bird.
Aww.
I'm sorry, my dear child. I do not wish to upset you. I just want to make sure that you understand the difference between fantasy and reality. Josephine is just a doll, and fairies do not exist.
But, Daddy...
Science is the great antidote to the poison of enthusiasm and superstition. Please always remember that.
Bit of a dick move to do to your young child, but fair. I get it, fair enough, I guess.
What is it?
Hogwash. Did Wally bury the doll, I wonder?
You're going to say, I have the poison of enthusiasm now. Fair enough.
This
Oh.
must be Jane's ragdoll.
Myrtle, you are not looking hot, girl.
Perhaps these wriggling worms are the fair folk young Wally was so fearful of.
I don't think he was
That's
afraid of the
strange.
worms.
There is a hairpin pierced through the arm. This may come in handy. I'll keep it. At least I shall not return from Bewley empty-handed. You're coming with me, little fellow.
Oh, I
I'll
didn't.
Name you Kenneth.
I didn't mean to grab a
I've
worm.
already taken one.
Okay, that's not what I expected to happen.
Look at it right.
Okay. Not what I expected, I'll be honest with you. Let's go to the woods.
I present.
Myrtle,
Oh.
I missed you so much.
Now, I believe.
Hide and seek.
What?
Come back! It's in moments like these I thank myself for not having children.
Yeah, kinda.
I can't pry the fossil from the rock with my bare hands.
Oh, hell yeah.
The trowel is too blunt to chip away at the rock.
Are you kidding me right now? What is this trowel good for? Absolutely nothing.
The hairpin isn't strong enough to remove the fossil.
Are you joshing me right now?
I can't see how that...
Well, I don't know. Figure out a way.
The delicate flower...
Oh, we did use the trowel to dig up the frickin' whatchamacallums. Sure, fine.
No, that... Hey!
Is the girl gonna get hit by a falling log?
Jane? Jane, get out of there. Don't make me come in. Fine. Curses. The hole is too small for me to fit through.
Oh, do I put the worm in the hole?
Won't make the entrance any bigger.
No, I don't. What?
I was always happiest with a trowel in my hand.
What is happening right now? Because that's not going to be Jane, right? That's going to be like a fairy or whatever.
Uncovering hidden worlds within the earth itself, clod by clod. That should do it.
Okay, before we go in the hole.
Do you know where I...
Never heard.
Thanks for...
We'll be done by tomorrow morning.
I mean, we gotta go in, right? Like, that's what the game is trying to tell us.
Jane!
No, I don't think I will, actually.
Jane!
This feels unhinged. Let's go talk to Wally. You ever seen this hairpin? Okay, nope.
There's nothing else I...
Wally, you want this
I don't think
worm?
anyone really wants to see my worm.
I mean, you never know who might want to see your worm. You want to see this cool worm I
I don't
got?
think anyone...
I feel like it's very judgmental for you to assume nobody wants to see my worm. Exactly.
I don't think anyone...
Hairpin.
I don't wish to...
We don't wish to give our hairpin away. I mean, the only other thing that we can do right now is go talk to Kenneth, right? So I guess we have to commit. to going into the horrible hole in the ground.
Jane! Jane? Jane? Jane, come out this instant. I can't see a damned thing in here. I need a light source.
Oh my freaking god, are you kidding me? So we needed to leave again anyways? Video games were a mistake. I hate video games now. Me and all my bros just sit around staring off into the middle distance.
Good day.
Yeah.
Mr. Crozier.
Sorry, lass. My eyesight is the extra light helps me.
I understand. Thanks for your...
Aye.
Wait, that lantern is not the lantern I'm supposed to use? Is there another light source in town?
Mr. Shoulder can... What a peculiar... I can't... I don't wish to dig...
Okay, let's try the church again, maybe? Because there was like a stub of candle left in the inn, right? So, like, it's not going to be that stub of candles. I guess we can go to the train station. Like, because surely the answer is not to light up a single match. That is like Horror Story 101. You don't use a single match in there like that. God. I think we need to use the match like that, but I don't want to. I hate video games. Video games were a mistake, actually.
Jane!
Listen to all those fucking flies.
Curses. The useless thing blew out.
Well, now we're without matches. I don't know what I'm supposed to do here. Let's go to the railway station. Let's see if Kenneth showed up.
Where is Kenneth?
Unsurprisingly, he did not. Don't you giggle at me.
He was supposed to wait for me at the station. I found Mr. Shoulder's house, but he wasn't home.
Don't worry. You'll find him.
I'm looking for my assistant, Kenneth.
Oh, aye?
His train has arrived.
Not a single soul disembarked the last train, Miss Bateman.
Impossible. Was that not the midday train from London by way of Derby?
Aye, it were. Mr. Price were here, unloaded a few crates.
But no Kenneth.
Not a soul. Hold on. One of them crates had your name on it, Miss Bateman. A great big one it were, with...
A red ribbon?
Aye.
What is Kenneth playing at, sending my equipment but not himself?
Kenneth
Curses.
absolutely showed up and is dead now.
Where is my crate now?
Mr. Price took away all the...
Who?
Mr. Price.
Where can I...
He lives above the storeroom, just north of the plough. You'll see it. There's a...
Thank you.
Royal Mail
Where can
plaque.
He lives... You'll...
Thank you. I'm looking for... It's why he thought I might...
Oh, I heard of... There's some more...
What store?
I can't...
Mr. Tillett.
I'm awful. I'll try... If he invited you here, then I'm...
That's it.
I'm
Farewell for now.
Ta-ra.
Kenneth is absolutely dead, yeah. Ugh. Alright, fine. Let's go back to the postmaster's office. That's what his little plaque says. He's the postmaster.
I can't remove the plaque.
Postmaster, sir. Mr. Price, sir.
I don't think anyone...
What? This is his house, surely. Who else could have the house?
I don't think any...
What? He said just north of the plow and furrow, right? Oh, excuse me,
That must be
sir.
the postmaster's storeroom. Hello.
Good day. I haven't seen you in Bewley before.
I'm just visiting.
Lovely. It's nice to see a new face. We don't get many visitors.
Oh, this guy is sweet.
Henry Long.
Nice to meet you, Henry. Thomasina Bateman.
Wonderful. What a treat.
There is a lot of flies buzzing in the background, which are not my favorite.
You seem in a good mood, Mr. Long.
It's just lovely to see a new face. Where are you from, Miss Bateman?
I do not trust this man.
Bakewell.
Not too far away, then. I've never been myself.
Have you travelled much, Mr. Long?
Why on earth would I ever want to leave Bewley? I have all I need here. I were born in this very home I stand in front of. Bewley is in my blood. Why would I ever want to leave? Especially now I can meet new folk thanks to the railway line.
I'm looking for Mr. Price, the postmaster.
Oh, Mr. Price, my lovely neighbour. I'm afraid you've just missed him.
Curses.
I saw him wheeling a large crate into his storeroom just there.
It must be mine. I really need it.
Have a look through the window to see if it's yours.
Where did Mr.
I don't know. I know he has family.
That's miles away.
No, he must be a few miles down the
Left
road.
by horse.
When will Mr.
He didn't say. Could be tonight.
How infuriating.
I told him I'd keep watch of his storeroom, and I'm a man of my word, Miss Bateman. I shall not
Do you know a man?
Aye, I hear he lives way out on...
Have you seen him?
No, not for a long while now that you mention it. Why do you ask?
It's a long story, but he invited me.
Well, I must thank him when I see him for inviting such an enchanting young woman.
I do not
Flatter
trust
me,
this
Mr.
man.
I'm looking for Hobbs Barrow.
One of those old burial hills.
Yes.
Believe it or not, I haven't set foot on the moors since...
Why is...
I've got all I need, right? And we're all truly blessed with the railway station, which brings us lovely new faces.
This man is a psychopath.
Your opinion of the railway station differs widely from your fellow townsfolk, Mr. Long. I've not met...
That railway line is the start. There's much to protect here, but I hope that some of you visitors will actually...
Why is...
So I have new friends. Some people here don't want Cyril Farnaby, the miserable old sod.
So, this is so
I had
suspicious.
the really
Absolute. I've tried to convince him many times that the he just...
I met him last night in the...
Aye, the sea... Blimey. I could go for...
Can I buy you a...
Really?
No. Do you think Mr. Kemp would...
Haha, you could always... I shouldn't... Mr. Price is...
Goodbye.
Don't be... The postman. If you're looking to collect your post...
There's my crate. Kenneth always ties a red ribbon to it.
It's smart to do
See an
that.
envelope tucked behind the ribbon. Perhaps it can help explain Kenneth's absence. I'm going to have to get in there. I have nothing.
It's definitely ours. We need to get him to leave. He wants a pint of ale. Because once we get in there, surely we will be able to get our light, right?
Good day, sir.
Oh, is this the gravekeeper? Or the gravedigger?
I'm sorry to ask this.
Still now in your...
I'm afraid my assistant hasn't arrived. He must have put the money in my crate, which...
Well, as you... and... So yes, to be settled at the...
Of course.
Now then, I'll be...
I thought you said...
Aye, it's not personal, lass.
Goodbye.
See you
We need something that we can put down as a deposit, the silver necklace.
Will you accept this silver cross pendant as a deposit?
Can I take a closer look at it? Aye, silver. That'll do.
Thank you, Mr. Kemp.
Can I get you
Not right.
as you...
So we keep a clear head, we get what's his bucket to take the drink, right?
I found Mr. Thanks to the
Wonderful.
Yes, I did.
So, did old Leonard apologize?
No, he wasn't hurt.
What is that?
You tell me. I've decided to find Hobbs.
Are you sure?
What other choice? I have a feeling. Do you know where I can find...
No, I say that on...
My assistant has not arrived as planned. I'm not entirely...
Am I to keep a room?
If you could hold it for one...
As you wish.
What can you tell me about...
A most charming man, Miss Bateman. He looks after us here.
So Stanley is a fan of Kingswick.
No visitors allowed.
Can I please have a new candle for my room?
I'll go upstairs and replace it this evening.
Can I have one now? Never mind. Goodbye.
See you soon.
I can't think of it.
And if we didn't use the match, would we have been able to... Oh wait, no, the gravedigger's out here, so it's not him. If we didn't use the match, would we have been able to do it with the candle?
Can I buy you a drink?
Really?
Really?
But I told Mr.
Doors have locks.
You're right. I shall take you...
Let us make...
The rocket weren't Stevenson's only design, you know. Before that, there were the Blucher but my favourite would have to be the Lancashire.
Oh, he's a train freak.
In 8 in Newcastle. Well, that...
Wait!
Ta-ra, Miss Bay.
I couldn't even get a word.
He likes a good chin wag.
He certainly...
Okay, so that's not helpful.
Hello?
Good day.
Can I buy you
I suppose I shall take you...
Let us make...
So, okay, is the plan for us to get him drunk?
The rear wheels are powered by coupling rods. Would you believe the boiler? Shoo! There were nothing... Well...
Okay.
Wait!
Ta-ra!
Curses. I'm here to excavate Hobbs...
Sometimes water is an option.
Henry Long...
The man.
He certainly...
I've seen him drink this place dry.
Okay, so we
Still be up to
can't drink him
governance. The
under.
man can...
Goodbye.
See you soon.
The candle has...
Okay. So if we try to drink him under, we're gonna lose.
Hello?
Good day.
Goodbye.
Don't...
So we need the light. The blacksmith is not going to give us his light because he's
I have nothing else.
using it.
I have one.
We need our light, which is probably in the storeroom.
I have nothing else.
Henry will not open the door for us. Kind of want to challenge the sword kid to a duel using the glove. Basically, when we use the glove on him, we just say, "Is this your glove?" But I was looking at him and I was like, my combat senses are activating, right?
The water is...
But yeah, okay. So this is the room the vicar is in, probably.
It's locked.
This is not helpful to us.
I can't think of...
Mrs. Duplancy will not give us any of those things. We have the hairpin. The hairpin can be used to pick the lock, maybe.
I can't try to...
But Henry is still here.
I don't think any...
Henry does not want to see my worm.
There's nothing else. I can't think.
We are not We have two Fine Janes. That's so funny. Find a way into the postmaster's storeroom. Yeah, this is getting a little point and clicky.
I have nothing else. The road.
Okay. So we need to do something to Henry.
Hello.
Good day.
Goodbye.
Don't.
We can invite him to go out for a drink, but that's not it. Can we ask Arthur to get a drink with Henry?
I can't think of anything.
No. Did you see how tiny you were on the moor scene? Yeah, it was very cute. You're like a very tiny pixel. Oh, Cyril! Shit!
Good day to you.
We get him to argue with Henry Long in the pub. Yes, yes,
Keep an eye on
yes.
that bleeding rail. Thankfully, no one got off the line.
Really hate.
Oh, I curse Midland Railway for bringing. This is our town. Tis no place.
So you.
Anyway, almost time to.
I could do it.
You pay.
I found Mr. Shoulder's house today.
Why the bleeding?
I'm looking for
Mind your own.
You really. What do you make of?
An idiot who thinks that stage. Can you hear me? Strangers turns the.
Maybe he has. You could.
You're an outsider. But Henry, we've had the odd Barney or two, and
I can imagine. Can I buy you a?
Now?
Yes.
Cool.
Follow me.
Okay, so we get the two of them drinking together somehow.
So then it turns wise and eyes, and he says,
Very droll. Well, it's been.
Tough, you know. Thanks again, I'll leave.
Okay, so now we get Henry in here, and the two of them will pop off.
Hello.
Good day.
Can I buy you?
I suppose I shall take.
Let us.
Okay. I hope this works.
To think, if that station hadn't been built, blessed be the Midland Railway.
Yeah, and Cyril's gonna get up and say, yeah, yeah.
That station is the worst decision this village has ever made.
Yes, yes, yes. Get into it, Henry. Get into it, King.
Cyril Farnaby, a miserable man.
I do actually like Henry.
I will change your mind even if it kills me.
Yes, Henry, go be a good guy. Honestly, I do still think Henry is a psychopath, but that's besides the point. Have I figured out the glove owner yet? We did. The glove owner is our Mr. Shoulder, the one we came here to find. I want to hear them going into it.
Henry to their grand debate.
So funny. Okay, so now we go pick the lock on the postmaster's door.
Locked. I need to get inside.
We pick the door using the hairpin that we got from the
This
fence.
useful trick. A hairpin is much more than a
Capital,
hair
as they
accessory.
say.
A few
Yeah.
wiggles and this lock should spring right open. I've snapped the hairpin in the process, but I managed to unlock the door.
Perfect.
Let's open this envelope. There's a note inside.
Miss Bateman, I beg for your... Nope, that's me trying to pretend to be one of those other boys. I beg for your forgiveness. A matter of grave urgency has arisen in London, and I cannot join you in Bewley. I've packed your usual equipment and pray you will find local assistance in my absence. I look forward to seeing you upon your return. Yours faithfully, Kenneth Murdoch. Do we think she recognizes the handwriting, or do you think she says this is not his handwriting?
How very frustrating. I wonder what happened. I'd better get this to the alley before Mr. Long comes back. Moving a fully laden crate through the village square was no easy task.
Why didn't I use the freaking cart?
Somehow, no one was there to witness it.
This is
I didn't give
weird.
up, because I never give up, do I, Mother? I am as stubborn as my father, as you liked to remind me.
What is happening? Is like Kenneth's dead body going to be in this crate?
Wait. Where is my money? It's not in here. Kenneth, you absolute liability of a man. It looks like everything else is in here. Picks, specimen trays, shovels. Oh, my chisel, I'll take that.
Light source.
Ah, my lantern.
Thank you.
Feels light. There mustn't be any oil inside.
What the fuck?
I'll leave the rest in the crate. Stanley assured me things would be safe here.
Yeah, because we trust Stanley, don't we?
No money and no assistant. This is most inconvenient. Still, I've been in worse situations.
Have you?
Tab at the inn for now. I'll worry about money later. I must find that Barrow and get on with the excavation. I can't think.
So you're telling me none of these people saw us drag the crate in? That is an optimistic take at best. Surely you can spare some oil, Mr. Crozier.
Yeah.
I was wondering if you might be able to spare some lantern oil.
I don't have much to spare, lass. How much coin?
None.
If you're in a bind.
A trade?
Aye.
What do you need to trade for your lantern oil?
What can I trade you for some lantern oil?
Surprise me.
I don't mean to alarm you, but you seem to have fallen into a void of some sort.
I've got great news, Fluffbot. I am aware of this void, and it is in fact a void that I like to be in. It's what I like to call the waiting for dawn trail void. It's good to see you, my friend.
Thanks for your...
Aye.
I don't know. Do you want this chisel?
I don't think Mr.
Do you want this worm? Do you want the church's trowel? Do you want this glove I found earlier? Do you want my room key? Okay, clearly I have nothing that could interest you.
Bucket is... This must belong...
But yeah, Fluffbot, thank you so much for the 34 ding ding months. Is that a worm in her pocket, or is she just happy to be here? What's so funny is if we try and show someone the worm...
I don't think anyone really wants to see my worm.
She doesn't think anybody really wants to see her worm?
I'm not sure what...
Okay. Prickle Frackle. I don't know.
I can't think of...
What can I possibly trade you, my dude? I have nothing. Offering your room key suggests an entirely different kind of transaction. Listen, I'm just saying. I don't know. Do you want somebody's doll?
I can't pry...
Oh, the fossil. The chisel on the fossil. I offer him the fossil. Then he'll trade me the lantern oil.
Splendid. I've managed to extract it in one piece.
How foolish of
An
me.
exceptional ammonite fossil.
Here's the fossil.
Would you trade some of your paraffin for this fossilized ammonite, Mr. Crozier?
Because he's a fossil fanatic as well,
Looks
right?
familiar. I'll take it off your hands.
Wonderful.
Let me fetch some paraffin from inside.
All of these people are going to die because of us. Because of us rustling around, messing things up.
There you are.
Thank you, Mr. Crozier.
We pour some
My
of the
lantern
paraffin
is
into the
fueled.
lantern. Bish bash bosh. Oh, you know where else we can take a chisel? Do you know where else we can take a chisel? It is at this carved stone at Leonard's house.
That is not coming off.
Fuck you. So we could not take the chisel there. But now that we have this lantern, we can go in this hole and discover that it's not actually what's her bucket.
Right.
The sound of flies is so much bigger in here, by the way. So far, we've messed with the fair folk and a small god. Yeah, honestly. Oh boy.
Goodness me!
Jane!
Silly. What are you doing in that smelly old badger's
And so the
hole?
fair folk tricked us into the badger's
You
hole,
were in
right?
there.
No, I weren't.
Yes, you were.
Not true. I was hiding behind that tree over there. I got bored of waiting for you.
So where can I find Hobbs Barrow?
Go north from the church graveyard, up the hill. You'll see some muddy fields on the horizon. That's Mr. Bryden's farm. Hobbs Barrow is there. Don't tell any grown-ups I told you. And thanks for getting Myrtle back.
My pleasure.
You know what?
Jane, you've
There
been
wasn't a
great help.
corpse in there, so it's better than I thought it was going to be, right? I do still have an ambiguous worm, right?
I feel I was slightly shortchanged in this trade.
There's a hole in my bucket, dear Liza, dear Liza. There's a hole in my bucket, dear Liza, a hole.
There's nothing else I...
Nope, you just ran into a Brock. What's a Brock? Is that the name for, like, their living situation?
I'll leave Cyril and head.
Badger. Okay. Is there anything else we want to fiddle with the chisel? Not really. We want to test out with the trowel? No. I think we go. There's a hole in my bucket, dear Liza, dear Liza. There's a hole in my bucket, dear Liza, a hole.
As I trudged through the barren moors, with only the odd sheep for company, I reflected upon my visit to Bewley thus far. The enigmatic Mr. Shoulder and his puzzling disappearance. The townsfolk of Bewley, who had made it as difficult as they could for me to find Hobbs Barrow.
Yeah. Did we dig up a fairy circle? You bet we did!
The suspicion, the wariness in their eyes. Only now I know it was actually fear. In the end, it was the innocence of a child, young Jane, that condemned me to my fate.
There's no such thing as fairies.
Furrows. I've no
There is absolutely no chance of us being cursed.
This is not mine to take.
Okay, this is a legit bucket, you say. Oh!
Easy, girl. I'm not fond of goats at the best of times, but this one seems particularly disagreeable.
Goats commonly associated with the devil or whatever.
I should leave the goat alone.
How dare you? Baphomet, thank you, Soju.
What do you want?
My name is Thomasina Bateman. Mr. Bryden, I presume.
Aye? What do you want, lass?
I understand Hobbs Barrow is located on your land.
Oh, well, yes. Why'd you ask?
I am an antiquarian, Mr. Bryden. I'm writing a volume on the Barrows of England.
Oh, I suppose you'll be wanting to dig about it.
If at all possible, Mr. Bryden. I was invited to Bewley by Mr. Leonard Shoulder, who told me...
Leonard Shoulder? Ha! I haven't seen him in years. The last I heard he were on death's door.
You guys are in the same town.
Not since it went so badly last time.
Tell me about yourself, Mr. Bryden.
What?
I live here with my wife. And I might be long in tooth, but I can still run this farm without too much help.
Last time.
Was there a previous excavation of Hobbs Barrow?
Aye. My brother dug it up. Must have been, 25 years ago. You see, whatever he found inside, well, it drove him mad.
Oh?
Aye. I moved back here to look after him. Poor bastard hanged himself not long after.
I'm sorry, Mr. Bryden. That's terrible.
Aye. Time passes, but it were an awful thing.
What did your brother find?
Samuel. Samuel were his name.
Sorry, what did Samuel find in the barrow?
I don't know. But something went wrong. Afterward, he could barely speak. You couldn't make out a word, like.
That must have been hard.
He lost a hand in that excavation too, you know.
Goodness me, how?
I try hard not to speculate on what might have happened, lass. I'd see him disappear into that barrow, dragging timber in with him. You'd hear him hammering away for hours. I offered him help, but he'd have none of it. Soon enough, he blocked the entrance off. To look at it now, you'd never know the thing we dug up. The land has reclaimed it.
Interesting.
Who else was involved in the excavation?
2 others, I believe. Outsiders, perhaps. I can't say for sure. I think we left town pretty swiftly afterwards.
So our dad dug up the barrow, right?
I only moved back here to look after Samuel. I took over the farm when he passed away.
I see. What can you tell me about your farm?
Samuel's fair to side. We're a fortunate family. The soil is fertile here. Crops grow without too much trouble. All the other farmers round here raise livestock, even Lord Panswick. We grow feed for him.
Most fortunate, Mr. Bryden. Is your wife home?
She's out in fields, lass. Pulling weeds. The curse of such fertile soil. 40 years we've been married. I couldn't do it without her, you see.
How splendid.
Aye. My wife is a fine woman. Are you married, lass?
No. I've had my fair share of proposals, Mr. Bryden, but that's not the life for me.
Marriage is an important institution. You'll find a man one day.
Okay.
I manage rather well without one, Mr. Bryden. You haven't seen Mr. Shoulder for some time?
I hear about him now and then, but it must be a good few years since I set eyes on him.
He hasn't been here to visit Hobbs Barrow?
Not to my knowledge. I heard he's beset by ailments. Don't leave his home often.
How odd. I assumed he'd spoken to you about my visit.
Not at all.
18 more rows to go. Hell yeah, Pyctsi, make that
Panswick?
scarf.
He keeps us going. Most of our crops go to feed his animals.
What is he like?
Oh, I've hardly laid eyes on him. He sends his workers here to pick up the crops.
I see.
Goat.
That's quite an intimidating goat you own.
The old girl does a better job of protecting this farm than any hound would. She still produces a lot of milk for us, so we forgive her temper.
You say Mr. Shoulder is at death's door. What exactly ails him?
I'm unsure. It's just what I've heard. I wouldn't want to speculate on matters that are not my business.
Mr. Bryden, may I please have your permission to excavate Hobbs Barrow?
No. Have you not been listening, lass? Samuel found something in there that's best left to rot. No digging here, lass.
Yeah. Wouldn't you like to find out more about what Samuel found in there? Oh god, try and tug at his heartstrings.
Wouldn't you like to find out more about what Samuel found in there?
Perhaps. But Samuel boarded up that barrow for a reason.
You don't want to tempt the same fate, lass.
Perhaps I can at least see Hobbs
Perhaps I
Barrow?
can at least see Hobbs Barrow.
I suppose you've come a long way to be here, lass.
All the way from London, Mr. Bryden.
Have you any proof of all you've told me?
You wish to see proof of what, Mr. Bryden?
I can't let any Tom, Dick or Harry wander around me fields. What proof have you of your claims?
We do have that. And that's the letter, of course, right? This is the letter that Mr. Leonard Shoulder had sent to us. So there you go. We will have no issue gaining permission, which is a wild thing to say now that we know everything that we do know.
Here is proof that Mr. Shoulder invited me to Bewley in order to excavate Hobbs Barrow.
Leonard making bold promises, I see. Don't make me regret this. But yes, you can have a look at it.
I'm gonna make you regret it, dude.
Any road. Once you've set your eyes on it, you won't be wanting out to do with it. The place gives one a queer feeling.
So where can I find it?
Through that gate to your left. Just head straight across the top to the field there. After 10 minutes or so, you'll see Barrow, set on a hill ahead.
Thank you again, Mr. Bryden. I really do appreciate it. There's nothing else.
I'm sure this is going to go great. I'm sure there will be no consequences to what we're about to do. We already found Jane. Better get your combat chisel ready. Hell yeah, hell yeah. All of Pixie's feelings are queer. I was going to do a bit about hell yeah. We're gonna go in and we're gonna come out pan, but you know.
I probably should have brought my umbrella.
Look at this stone.
AR. I haven't a clue what that could be referring to.
Our dad. I haven't saved in a while, huh?
Finally, here it is. Hobbs Barrow. Indeed, a barrow of a most unusual rectangular form. I've not seen something like this since West Kennet Long Barrow. Yes, this shall make a fine entry for my book. What secrets do you conceal, I wonder?
This? That can't be it. This has to be a fake out. His brother Samuel had to have built like a fake one, and this is the fake one that we're looking at, right? Like this has to be a decoy.
That smell. Earthy and sweet.
Three, 2, 1.
Who goes through the trouble of building a decoy dirt mound? Somebody who is desperately trying to hide the real dirt mound.
Come. Are you ready for your first excavation?
Yes, Daddy.
Capital. Make sure you remember everything I've taught you. I have a feeling you might find something special.
How exciting.
I'll be watching from the steps, my little bird. Good luck.
Thank you, Daddy.
I don't understand.
Thomasina, we don't dig with our hands.
Why not? Look, there are decoy mounds. Look at this dirt mound, that dirt mound. Decoy mounds.
Thomasina,
Oh my god. Papa, I'm gonna beat you over the head with this trowel. I'm not actually going to do that. We love our papa, obviously. If you ever win the lottery, you're going to do lots of good and make a fake set of 2 small round barrows at the base of a long thin one. What could that be in reference to, I wonder?
Hello.
No worries, Pixie. I know it's late. Spieling lessons? I got you. Treasure!
Treasure. Look.
Well done, little bird. Your first successful excavation. That urn you're holding is very old and precious. Take good care of it, all right?
I will.
This is an insane premise. This is a truly batshit premise. Sure.
I do have a feeling there is something exceptional to be discovered here. I must gain Mr. Bryden's permission to excavate.
Just dig it with your trowel. Just dig it up right now. Just go ahead and dig it up right now.
It's the Barrow. It's darkness falls quickly here. I should make my way back to the inn.
I'm worried that I did miss, like a segment of gameplay just now.
Disturb. I don't wish to.
Okay. Was there anything else that we wanted to do at night? Ooh, foggy. Foggy night. Cobbler's home, I guess.
The horseshoe.
Horseshoe nailed firmly to the wall. But what if I chisel it? Okay.
I didn't come
A
to Bewley to sweep.
broom. Okay.
It's late.
Can't go to the church. Shoe cobbler? Okay. Let's go check our supplies in the alley.
It's late.
Never mind. We can't do that. Oh, Mr. Crozier.
Evening, Mr. Crozier.
Evening. Thanks again for the fossil, lass. 'Tis truly a beauty.
Oh, you're so fucked,
most
dude. I've
welcome.
cursed you so bad.
How long have you been collecting fossils?
Ever since I were a boy. The moors look a barren place, but there are plenty of fossils to be found in the rock formations. All manner of creatures to uncover.
Such a playground for a young lad. What's your favourite piece in your collection?
The ammonite you gave me today. The most recent is always the best.
Indeed.
What about you, lass? Do you collect out?
I do. You see, I'm writing a book on the Barrows of England. It shall be called Vestiges of the Antiquities in Rural England.
That is a
I
terrible
document
name.
all my findings.
But what do you collect?
Pottery, tools and such.
Bones too, no doubt.
No, I leave those in place.
You've got a morbid heart, lass. Fussing about in old graves like that.
We're not dissimilar in that we both take an interest in the remains of the long gone.
I suppose you have a point there.
Yeah.
How's your book coming along then?
Very well, thank you.
I do like
I'm
Mr.
quite keen to begin
Crozier.
My chapter on Hobbs Barrow.
Which is weird because he has done literally nothing for us.
Speak to you later.
Good evening, Miss...
Good evening. I found Hobbs Barrow.
Oh, remember what they're a store.
Yes, stories you won't. Don't worry about me. I'm quite.
I have no doubt, but
I've come this far.
that's
Goodbye.
See you.
Who are these
Evening,
boys?
gentlemen.
What are you gonna do about him?
If he thinks he can take her away from here, he's got another thing coming. I am gonna knock his bloody block off. In fact, I can think of a better punishment. Oi, what do you want, lady? Piss off.
You heard the man.
Charming.
Yeah,
Those men are
seriously.
rather brutal.
Oh no! He's playing the knife finger game.
Good evening, sir. I'll leave you to it.
What a psychopath.
I don't wish to wake him up. A lovely place. The poor thing.
I hate that game.
Hello again, sir.
You're still in.
Did Mr. Long convince you?
What the hell do you now? Bugger off.
He seems even more. I must.
Let's get a drink for the night, hey?
A mug of your.
There we are. That.
Thank you. Goodbye. Time for bed. Tomorrow I shall convince Mr. Bryden to allow me to begin my excavation.
We do still just have a random worm in our inventory. So.
How are you?
Tired.
Gonna buy you a drink?
Shouldn't you stop drinking so much for the
Shouldn't
man's
you
health?
stop drinking so much?
You're beginning to sound like my dear wife. Please, Miss Bateman. I feel bad about what happened last
Man
night.
unironically just rizzes you up by saying
That's
please
all right,
every
Mr. Tillett.
time.
Alcohol can do all sorts of damage to one's memory.
I was thinking that maybe if we had another drink tonight, I might remember what happened.
I'm not sure that's logical.
But worth trying?
Oh, Mr. Tillett, if you
No!
insist.
Very good. Take your seat, Miss Bateman.
He's obviously going to drug the drink, girl. You never trust a random drink that a random man gives you. A random anyone.
To Leonard's shoulder.
Whatever he may be.
Arthur Tillett is obviously a bastard.
I've been meaning to ask you something.
Yes?
Why did Leonard Shoulder ask you to dig up Hobbs Barrow?
Despite his disappearing act the previous evening, not to mention his questionable sobriety, I decided Mr. Tillett was to be my
You are
ally.
a fool. Rules of raves and digging up strange eldritch barrows. Don't drink anything anyone else gives you. Don't trust anything you don't pour with your own two hands.
I spoke again of Mr. Shoulder's letter, his proposed excavation, and my status as an antiquarian and barrow digger. He was fascinated and quite excited at the prospect of meeting the soon-to-be author of a real-life book.
No, he wasn't. He was buttering you up.
You must find all manner of riches on your digs.
Barrow digging is not all success, Mr. Tillett. Often I'll come across the likeliest of sites steeped in promise. We set to work with shovel and pick and all the other barrow opening paraphernalia you can imagine. Every stone carefully taken down, every shovel full of earth put dutifully through the sieve, and we find nothing. Or you may find a miserable remnant of animal bone or a shard of pottery hardly to be recognized from the peat in which it decayed. Sometimes it's as if some Neolithic humorist prepared an elaborate practical joke for your special benefit.
It still sounds much more exciting than spending your days sitting in England's most remote railway station.
Are you all right, Mr. Tillett?
I've had
Is
an
it-
argument with Agnes.
Your wife?
Aye. She didn't want me coming to the plough tonight. Truth is, I've been drinking my life away since my mother passed.
Wait, is Arthur Tillett legit?
I'm sorry for your loss.
Was I wrong?
Miss Bateman, thank you. It's been a year since the old girl left us. She had a horrible end, wasting away day by day. Consumption got her. She was nought but bones by the end. I can't get the image out of my mind. She were everything to me.
I'm so sorry.
I apologise for going on, Miss Bateman. It's not appropriate.
Don't worry, Mr. Tillett. I appreciate your openness.
Used to love going for walks out in the moor, my mother and I, ever since I were a little one. She'd get a tear in her eye as she looked out upon it. She loved this land. I asked Mr. Crozier to build a bench, which we've erected at her favourite lookout spot on the moors. Margaret's Lookout, we called it. Aye.
That's a beautiful tribute.
Aye. If you take a seat there, do keep her in your thoughts.
We've already sat there, so yeah.
Of course, Mr. Tillett. I can relate in some manner. My father had an accident when I was very young. He's still alive, but he can neither move nor speak. He spends his entire life bedbound and incapable of communicating or himself in any way.
Those scenes where it's
an antiquarian of some renown. He taught me so much.
The scenes where it's
so young.
Thomasina's eyes.
Is my way of carrying on his work.
We've done
it.
it.
Me reclaim those earlier memories of him, and I visit him often to tell him all about my excavations.
Can he hear you?
I've no idea. The doctors aren't sure. I'd do anything to make him better, Mr. Tillett. I'd do anything to bring him back to the man he was. I am in a state of suspended mourning for a man caught between life and death.
Dreadful.
We don't save our dad. We turn into our dad.
To be my father.
Right? Like in terms of like being comatose.
What of your mother?
A cold woman. We haven't talked in quite some time. I think she blamed me for my father's accident somehow.
You were but a child.
Indeed. She thus saw it fit that a governess should raise me as she spent her life grieving for my father.
Well then, I propose a toast.
A toast to what?
A shared sense of loss.
I'll toast to that, Arthur. Now then, enough of this wallowing.
Let us be merry. Another round.
I really shouldn't. But I did. And another after that. And another.
What is about to happen?
The frustrations of my visit to Bewley slipped away with each swill of Stanley's finest ale.
No.
We had great fun that night, Mr. Tillett and I.
No, girl. No.
I treasure the memory.
Go on then. Let's hear those pipes.
Mustn't.
Sing the song.
You're incorrigible.
Please. You'll make a sad man happy.
He's got a wife.
Oh, all right then. Clasps, celts, and arrowheads I'll try to claw within my clutch. And if a shield I should espy, I'll vow there ne'er was such.
With popish tricks and relics rare, the priests their flocks do gull. In casting out the earth take care. Huzzah! I've found a skull!
So this is Thins of the Father, right? Like this is her dad excavated the barrow before her. And now she's going to excavate the barrow. And the same thing that happened to her father, that has her father comatose in bed, is going to happen to her, right? Hello there. Your face.
Hello, Thomasina.
What?
What is this? Who are you?
I'm the one that saved your father.
What do you mean?
He were here 25 years ago.
My father?
He were deep down with the others. He were there, and something went wrong. I dragged him out.
Impossible.
I helped him then, and I can help him again.
I don't understand.
Believe my words. You'll find proof in morning. Now go. more thing. This is not a dream.
Okay. Sure.
Goodness, that was a terrible sleep. Jammed. What's this?
Our father's journal and our
Stone
raw.
strapped to the cover.
Arrived after a decent day's ride from Bakewell. This is a curious place, locals seem distant. I'm to meet my local contact tomorrow, so it will be an early night for me. I shall try to keep a diary of my stay here and not give up by day 3 of the excavation as usual. Despite the thrill of possible new discoveries, I cannot stop thinking about my dear wife and wonder if I should have left her in her current state. I must have faith that she will conquer this bout of illness. Day 4. True to form, my journal has been abandoned. Let that not speak for the excitement I feel for this excavation. After much preparation, we dig tomorrow. Such an exceptional site with a unique history. As for the dangers, we shall meet them head first. We are prepared. I also sought out a local wise woman yesterday, and she provided me with a tincture for my beloved's nausea, gravidarum. I am sure she shall be pleased with it upon my return. Sleep tight, Ender friend. Thanks for hanging out. Lo, a place of miracles. A planted seed sprouted before our eyes and illuminated our path. Nature's laws hold no meaning here, but I clutch my tablet with the knowledge that it shall end this. Rho Theta Epsilon. We found the code was simply in the singularity of the characters. All eyes must face towards the 7th architonic. When the sun and the 2 moons meet, the guardian shall be defeated. Okay. Expisor to fish or angle for information to find out. Well, thank you for that, Pyctsi. And hey, one NFK. We're gonna start wrapping up pretty soon here, I think. But, you know, maintenance makes us all do crazy things, and some of the crazy things that we do is dig up a barrow. A dead language reveals the path. For thou art the moon, the chief of the stars. Listen to the things that I have said. Follow the words of my mouth. Reveal thyself to me. I heard a whisper, not once, again and again. I will pour out my spirit. I will pour out my spirit. I will pour out my spirit. That suggests his wife was pregnant when he was here. So Pyctsi, during the... I keep calling it Tim's Sick. I do not remember its actual name. During one of the flashbacks when we see Thomasina and her mother visiting her father, her mother was pregnant then as well. So it could have been that time, just as easily.
It appears to be a journal, full of hogwash. I don't recognize the handwriting. Maybe Stanley knows more about it.
Stanley Shoulder. No, wait, Stanley is not Shoulder. Stanley is Kemp. Stanley Kemp.
Good morning. How's your head, Miss Bateman? That were quite the tune you treated us to last night.
To be honest, Stanley, I felt better. I take it you slid this journal under my door?
I beg your pardon?
The journal, Stanley.
I certainly did no such thing. Nor could have anyone else.
What's the meaning of all this? Do you propose that it manifested itself out of thin air?
Well,
Relent, he might be telling the truth.
I'm sorry. I just don't understand how else it could have got there. Are you sure there was no one else here overnight?
Without doubt.
How very, very peculiar.
So, what does it say inside?
Show Stanley the contents, perhaps he can decipher it. You know what? Sure, let's go hog wild.
Take a look.
Well, I can't make head nor tail of it.
Neither can I.
Maybe someone else in the village can help you with it.
What do you make of this stone?
That's a funny looking thing. It's got a cockerel on it.
Yes, but have you seen anything like it?
Never.
Do you ever have strange dreams, Stanley?
Me? I sleep as sound as a baby.
I had one such dream last night. It was so vivid.
What were it about?
Yeah, sure, let's curse this man.
I was at Hobbs Barrow.
Oh?
But everything was different. Great peaks soared in the distance. And there was a creature.
A creature, you say?
Yes, a short, robed fellow, eyes as black as pitch. It told me that my father had been there in Hobbs Barrow many years ago, but something went wrong, and the creature helped him escape. It said that I would find proof in the morning.
Oh, the journal! You've had a premonition, lass.
Please, Stanley, I've no time for that nonsense. But I'll admit it's a strange coincidence.
Now, what did I tell you about Hobbs Barrow?
That I should leave it alone?
Aye.
Hogwash.
Your dream reminds me of a story from my childhood. An old folk tale about Hobbs Barrow.
I mean, if you're trying to get her to not dig it up, Stanley, don't call it a folk tale.
What is this folk tale you mention?
Well, when I were a wee boy, there were talk of a goblin. They say he lived inside Hobbs Barrow, hence the name, Hobbs Barrow. Hob, coming from hobgoblin, of course. Unfortunately, I don't remember anything else about it.
I was told not to believe in such fairy tales, Stanley.
Don't close your mind to such things, lass. I'm sure Mr. Shoulder will tell you more.
Perhaps, if I ever meet him. Goodbye.
See you soon.
Morning, Mr. Kemp.
Good day, Miss Tompkins.
I'm here for his lordship's paper.
Sorry, lass. Mr. Price hasn't dropped them off this morning. I heard he actually left the village yesterday.
Indeed, I can vouch for that.
Ma'am?
Good day.
Oh dear. His lordship won't be pleased.
My sincerest apologies, Miss Tompkins.
I'll come back in a few days. Ta-ra.
Goodbye.
Hurrah.
Who is Miss Tompkins?
A housemaid in the employ of Panswick Manor. She comes by to pick up his lordship's weekly paper.
I'm surprised newspapers are available in Bewley.
Aye, his lordship gets what he wants.
Lord Panswick likes to keep up with affairs from outside.
Also, there's something blinking on that table down
many
there.
Interests around the country.
What sort of interests?
His lordship's affairs are his own business.
Goodbye.
See you soon.
What is this? Knife!
Goodness me, I can't budge it.
Be careful, Miss Bateman. You'll cut yourself. I spent all morning trying to get that bloody thing out. I shall be having words with that scoundrel next time he shows his face.
Curses.
We have our very own
I was literally about to make a
It's all yours if you can
comparison
pull it out, King Arthur.
to the sword and the stone, right?
I do not wish to damage Miss... I've no use for... I don't need... The poor thing.
Okay, well, let's get out of here. Well, I guess we could check our room again. I don't know that there's anything you could do using
I've
wax
stored
to
my
fix
case
that.
in a box. The candle...
Is the gravedigger still out here? He's not!
I need to convince Mr. Bryden to let me excavate Hobbs Barrow and find out where this journal came from. Curses! I forgot I had this worm in my pocket. Poor thing is dead now. Rest in peace, Kenneth.
Oh no! Did I kill the worm? Was I supposed to do something else with the worm? Did I doom myself because of the
I
worm?
have some.
Not worm quest.
I don't wish to wake.
Oh no. Can I go grab another worm from the hole?
Good day.
I'm still setting up my stuff.
Oh, I'm.
Should respect the worm. Worm quest! Oh, it's the vicar.
Good morning.
Ah, what a pleasure. Have you tracked down...
Don't get.
I'll take that as...
Indeed. Do you reckon that.
You ought to take better care.
It's not.
Then...
That's pres.
I'm afraid I can't help.
What do you make of.
I don't recognize the symbol. Did you make...
No. What brings you.
I'm meeting a couple of young congregation members. You're well...
Thank you, Father Rowe.
We will be at St. Edmund.
Thanks for.
Lord be...
Okay, blacksmith is not out, which is a little bit on the weird side, right? Nothing going on with the cobblers. What's her bucket is not out here. Missed a plank.
It's locked.
Oh, Arthur, what are you doing here?
Good morning.
You look a bit addled.
I am not used to.
Aye.
To tell you the truth,
Oh?
someone slipped this.
Who's...
I have no idea. The text refers to some.
Stanley must...
He swore it. I thought.
No, it wasn't. Somehow I've a...
I wonder.
Mind if I take a...
Please.
The writings of a...
I don't. Did the sketch.
No, but they turn... You might want to show this to...
Mother
Some
Mildred.
think her a witch.
A witch.
Aye. She might be...
Where can I?
She lives alone in a little cottage. You shouldn't have too much trouble.
Thanks, Arthur.
And so Mother Mildred was blocked off by the
It's a good
tree that
purpose.
was down.
What is it?
I'm not sure.
How must...
I had.
Aye. I even remember... Thanks for... I really...
The feeling is mute. Shouldn't you be?
The line is track damage between Bewley and... No train.
Does that mean I'm struck?
For the time...
Capital. Why do you... Just because a woman lives alone in the woods?
There's more to... They say...
Who are they?
Oh, you know.
Hog.
Some also go to...
Spat.
Truth be told, I sometimes see a forest...
Will she burn at the stake?
You might think us backward in Bewley.
Sorry, Arthur. Goodbye.
Ta-ra.
Why was I coming out here? Oh, this bastard. Is this not Lord Painswick or whatever?
I believe...
Miss Thomasina Bateman, the famous antiquarian.
My reputation precedes me.
I can assure you it does.
And you are?
James.
Painswick?
What do you know of Lord Panswick?
A fine gentleman. Now that is someone who commands respect.
Do you know him personally?
No, I don't think anyone can really claim that. But what a tiring
Pictomancer
subject.
mention,
Shall we discuss
yeah.
something a little more exciting?
Are you a painter?
You see this beck before you. Look at the water. See how it tumbles and falls. I seek one spot on which my eyes can rest. Be it a stone or a small corner of the current. I meet it with my gaze. And out of the tumbling and falling, a new land rises. I see a new world.
She asked you if you were a painter, not if you were excited about Dawn Trail, dude.
What do you paint?
A new world.
Quite the ambition.
Indeed, my ambition knows no bounds.
Can I see it?
Not yet. Such a world is not complete without you in it.
Alright, don't be a
You
freak,
flatter me,
James.
James.
Nonsense. Say you'll let me paint you.
I haven't even seen your work. What if you can't paint?
Don't fret, my dear. You shall be the shining star.
You are a
new world.
freak,
When
James.
the time comes, I shall call on thee.
He's gotta be Painswick, right?
Do you recognize this journal?
A place to keep one.
Is it yours?
No, my dear.
What do you make of this?
It looks antique.
Do you know of Hobbs?
I'd like to know more about you. What time do you like to rise in the morning? How do you like your tea? What makes you happy?
Tell the truth, a little flirting doesn't hurt. Lie, he's asking too many questions. I don't know what you want from me here, James. You are a weirdo, I'm gonna lie.
Late, with 3 spoons of sugar and spending time with my husband.
You disappoint me. I sense no truth in your words. Are you a woman of dubious principles, Thomasina?
You ask too many questions. Do you know Leonard Shoulder?
A man of Bewley?
Yes.
I care not for the men of Bewley. Only for the visitors.
Goodbye.
See you soon, my dear.
Hopefully not. I hope to never see you again in my life, my guy. IAW.
A carved stone. I think it's.
Okay, this place doesn't help us. Let's go back to the woods. We've been told that there is a Mother Mildred, right? Uh-oh.
Thomasina, dear, come say goodbye to your father. Come on now, don't make him wait.
I don't want to.
Aren't you going to miss me?
I hate you, Daddy.
Those are strong words for such a little lady.
I want to come with you.
We've been through this, little bird. You can't come with me this time, but we'll go to Seaborough next month. I promise. Oh, what a dig that shall be.
I hate you.
Well, I love you. See you soon, little bird.
Weird.
I shan't be visiting the Badgers again. I was lucky to escape intact.
Mother Mildred. She looks normal.
Please, forgive my intrusion. Are you Mother Mildred?
Some call me that. I prefer
Apologies. Thomasina Bateman.
Oh my god! Yeah, she's the train station woman.
Men have cleared off. Good riddance. Those ruffians would cut their own noses off if he asked them to. How's your sightseeing going then? Save your words, young lady. I know you're no sightseer, and I know exactly why you're in Bewley. You won't get far by lying to me again.
Alright.
I recognised you the moment I laid eyes on you at the station.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, yeah, it's quite a striking family resemblance. You have your father's eyes, Miss Bateman.
You knew my father?
Such piercing blue eyes he had. What a handsome young man. William.
He was here, in Bewley.
Oh, yes. A long time ago, mind. 25 years by my reckoning. But I'll never forget those eyes.
Yeah, we're... Okay, lads. It's been fun. I've enjoyed the change of pace by point and click. But I think we're gonna go ahead and call it here. It has been a heck of a time. And I appreciate you guys all being here. But I think we can pretty reasonably assume what's going to happen. I don't know the steps in between. and it's always about the journey, not about the destination. But obviously what's going to happen is Thomasina excavates Hobbs' Barrow. Whatever happened to her dad is going to happen to her. And as a result, every time we get those shots of Thomasina's eyes, right, this is more or less exactly what's happening to her pop. Has been a good stream, though. Thank you. I appreciate that, Clary. And I appreciate everybody who's been here and watching and hanging out. It is a ton of fun to be able to mess around with stuff and have you guys here. Honestly, genuinely, the excavation of Hobbs' Barrow is very good. If I could go back a couple of years and just play this game with like an abundance of free time and no other demands on my schedule, I think I would be able to enjoy this. The vibe is beautiful. Thomasina is a compelling character. I like all of the character writing, right? Like the uncovering the exact mystery, what exactly is happening. Is it Fae, right? Like is it are we talking about fairies and that sort of thing? Is it Eldritch? Do we ever get a meaningful answer? Yeah, like I definitely am interested. Maybe we'll come back to it someday, but for right now, everybody say goodbye to Mother Mildred, and I'll catch you guys around tomorrow for when we get back Final Fantasy XIV. We are not going to be doing any story or spoiler related content, but we are going to be doing a little bit of Viper, maybe a little bit of Pictomancer, and definitely probably maybe doing some relic weapon stuff, because I don't know what else we're necessarily going to do other than get ready in the meantime. Okay, I will catch you guys later. Bye!